Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kanu. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened to issue a warrant of arrest against the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele if he fails to appear next Tuesday. Gbajabiamila's threat was in response to another letter from the Central Bank intimating the House of yet another inability to honor its invitation over the bank's January 31st deadline set by the CBN for the exchange of the old notes with the newly designed ones, as well as the scarcity of the new notes. In a statement read on the floor of the House, the Speaker said he would not hesitate to invoke relevant sections of the Constitution to force the appearance of the CBN Governor and other bank chiefs. In previous invitations, Emefiele, who was out of the country on official leave, was represented by CBN Deputy Governor, Financial Systems and Stability, Aisha Ahmed, who led a team of high-ranking officials of the Apex Bank. Now, in what seems like a twist, Gbajabiamila, who however said Emefiele is his friend, says he would not hesitate to demand the Inspector General of Police to effect the CBN Governor's arrest and forceful appearance before the House. Now, does the House reserve the power to summon the CBN Governor? Adewale Ajadi, political affairs analyst and legal expert, joins me on the program from England. Thank you very much for joining me. Now let's begin. How serious do you think the threats by the lawmakers are to arrest Emefiele, who occupies a position of authority as the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria?
I don't know how serious their threats are, but I know they have the power to arrest him if they want to under Section 89 of the 1999 Constitution. They can order for him to be arrested and brought before the House. They have wide-ranging powers to execute such a decision. So that should not be in dispute. I think it's Section 89 1 C and D of the 1999 Constitution.
All right. Does the House have the power to arrest Emefiele, saying that he was once duly represented by the CBN Deputy Governor? You know, he hasn't outrightly ignored the invitations. Like I said, he was once represented by the CBN Deputy Governor of the Financial Systems and Stability, Aisha Ahmed. Now, is an arrest extreme?
I would think it would be extreme because it sends a very wrong signal about the independence of the CBN, and it challenges the policy on the face of it. I think such a drastic action would send serious signal and give the impression that the House is taking a stance against the policy. But having said that, I don't think that the CBN governor should refuse such an invitation, considering the fact that the decisions that is made are always subject to the oversight of the House of Assembly, and he should respect that oversight and act with respect for it. Everybody in the country is subject to those rights that are given to the House from the Constitution as representatives of the people. So I think he should respect that and engage in dialogue with them.
Well, during plenary, Gbajabiamila pointed out that the CBN Act allows the admittance of old Naira notes by banks, you know, even after it had ceased the legal tenders. Now, why then would you say the Apex Bank fixed the January 31st deadline, knowing what the CBN Act stipulates?
Well, I'm not an expert on the CBN Act, but I would say to you quite simply that what they're trying to do on the face of it, if there are no other motives behind it, is an exemplary act to prevent the hoarding of cash illegally in different ways, illegally acquired money in Nigeria. It's a very important thing, especially during an election year. And I think that they're trying to do this. This is also part of a trend towards digitalization. You know, if you go and look at it, India has tried the same way of digitalizing its currency and preventing corruption. Because when you reduce the amount of cash transactions, you reduce the ability of people to manipulate the system and take cash against official obligations. So it's a laudable effort The timing is also to prevent cash sloshing around the elections and make sure that people's votes are not bought. These are all things that are laudable and things that we want. But I mean, the process itself should have an oversight. There should be the House of Assembly oversight over the process, as they have over any process in Nigeria. So I think that both sides have very strong points, and we should just not allude any implicit objectives, but just the tensions of two institutions trying to get their objectives across.
Now, the reps have called for an extension of the deadline for swapping old Naira notes, which is in favor of Nigerians. Now, do you somehow foresee a crisis brewing between the House of Reps and the CBN, which may escalate and in turn affect Nigerians?
Well, I don't think it's against Nigerians to keep to this deadline. How is that possible? They would still have access to their funds. It's not that they won't have access to their funds. They have access to it other than in cash. And if there are cash transactions, they can legitimately back the sources of their income, it shouldn't be a problem at all. All they have to do is put their existing money in banks. They've had 90 days to do that. I don't think we should automatically say it's against Nigerians. However, having said that, there might be other things that are in play here that I don't know about or you don't know about. But on the face of it, there's really no real thing other than trying to work in the long-term interests of Nigerians who complain of corruption incessantly, who complain that the elites have ordered money, to try and find a way around it. There's no way you can make an omelette without cracking eggs. There's going to be some kind of process that you're going to have to go through. Now, we can't want our cake and eat it at the same time.
For those of us in Nigeria, the new Naira notes are scarce. Some of us are yet to have them in our possession. If the central bank has said it is implementing this policy in our favor, how then do we juxtapose the scarcity of the notes and the deadline by the bank?
I think that you're confusing two things. One, the process of digitalization means that you're doing your transactions without using notes at all. You can transfer money, you can find ways to exchange value without using cash. That's the goal of something like this. That being said, I don't think that for legitimate purposes there should be the incredible difficulty people are having. You have to realize that whatever the CBN plans to do, as it is in most other policies, there are processes of implementation. Why are banks not collecting the funds that are available to them? Why are they not making it easier for people to do? And banks are almost laws on themselves. But having said that, we can't just always throw the baby away with the bathwater. There's a process here. Let's look at the process. Let the House of Assembly look at it and say, this is where the problems are. Can it be fixed? Don't automatically say it's the deadline that is the problem. Let's find solutions that doesn't undermine the policy that's been set in place. If you extend the deadline willy-nilly, the same money that you are complaining about that has been given to kidnappers, that have been given to drug dealers, that have been given to Boko Haram, are being utilized for making life the insecurity that we complain about. So these are all things that we have to balance and see how it works. We can't talk about inconvenience and talk about insecurity. Well, the central bank is trying to mop up illegal funds. Let's support them, let's make sure it works, and let's make sure it works without it being reckless. That's the most important point.
Well, all right now, Adewale Ajadi, political affairs analyst and legal expert, thank you for your time and your contribution.
Thank you for inviting me.
We'll take a break now, and when we return the program, we'll continue to stay with us. Welcome back. The death of Professor Uche Ikone, Abia State's People's Democratic Party PDP governorship candidate, may have created created a logjam in the state as far as the March 11 election is concerned. The sad incident, which was confirmed by Kone's son, comes barely 1 month to the 2023 general elections and has raised many questions regarding the fate of the PDP in the state and the party's next line of action, with the polls fast approaching. But what does the law say about situations such as this? Well, joining me on the program to speak on the implications this death will have on the governorship election in Abia State is Evans Ufeli, legal expert. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. All right, let's begin. There have been different reactions and opinions on what is expected of the PDP, even as the Electoral Act of 2022, as amended, has taken into consideration the action a party is expected to take in situations like this. Now, what impact would you say this death, of the PDP candidate will have on the governorship race in Abia State?
Well, the impact it's going to have is that the party must go back to the Electoral Act and consider the relevant provisions of the law. If you look at Section 29 of the Electoral Act, the new Electoral Act, it says that once a party has been nominated, okay, you cannot take that party out of the process except in two different circumstances, one of which is if the party dies or where he voluntarily withdraws from the race. And in that case, what happens next? In the case in question in Abia State, the party died. So what is required now is that they have to go back to the law. And Section 33 of the Electoral Act have already laid down procedure upon which this can be done. And it says that within 14 days, okay, the party, after the death of the deceased, the party must organize a fresh primaries to replace that candidate. So right now, it's just perhaps 3 days into the death of the party, the nominated candidate. So the party will wait between now and 14 days within which to reorganize the process. And where they organize a fresh primary election, as you know, the Electoral Act already laid the options for them. It can either be by direct primaries, indirect primaries, or by a consensus candidate. So it is left for the parties, a National Working Committee, to determine which of the options they are going to use to replace the demise candidate of the party.
Well, we saw a similar situation in 2015 when Abubakar Aldo, the Kogi APC governorship candidate, died. But thanks to the Electoral Act of 2022, the law is clear about cases like this. But is the provision of the law strong enough to prevent any crisis within the People's Democratic Party?
Well, it's strong enough because it's clear in terms, okay? It's clear in terms as to what to do. The law is not silent. In the event of death, it says within 14 days, do what you ought to do. It will lead to, there will be crisis where the party fails within 14 days to have that primaries and constitute the candidates for their flag bearer to replace the demised one. And that is only when there will be crisis, because if they exceed 14 days and they want to do it after 14 days, then that will be an invitation to litigation, because I know the opposition party will be looking critically at the PDP to see whether they will follow the due process of law or not. So it is left to the party to do as the law have stated. If they do otherwise, that is when you are going to have conflict. So 14 days is 14 days by law. So the party should put its house in order and ensure that between now and the next 14 days they are able to get a replacement via the options that I stated earlier, either through direct primaries, indirect primaries, or via consensus candidate to that effect.
And if the due process isn't followed and, you know, a replacement isn't found in, say, 14 days, like you've said, what happens next? What are we to expect?
What will happen is that the PDP will not have a candidate for the election. That means the other political parties in the state will go for the general election, because since the PDP, if they are unable to put their house in order to get a replacement, it means that they have forfeited the process, and that will give way, that will make the chances slimmer for the contestants who are ready and who by law have complied to all the laid down laws and procedures as encaptured in the Electoral Act.
And do you somehow envisage this happening, the PDP without a governorship candidate in Abia State? Is this possible?
Well, it's not the first time. In the last election, I mean, APC didn't have a candidate in Rivers State, and APC didn't have a candidate in Zamfara State. What happened? It also has to do with primaries like this. The law says that there should be one primaries for the entire political party, and that primary should produce the flag bearer of the party. In the two states I just mentioned in the last election, that's in 2019, instead of the political party APC to have their candidates according to the dictates of the Electoral Act, they decided to, you know, duplicate functions. They broke into factions, different factions within a state in the same political party, conducted various and different primaries and produced different candidates. You understand? And when they got to court, the Supreme Court said that no, that for the fact that the political party have been deviant and have not been able to put his house in order to produce just one candidate, they were stopped from contesting election in 2019 in Rivers State and in Zamfara State. So in this case, if by virtue of the demise of the candidate of the PDP, within 14 days they are unable to put their house in order to have a replacement according to the law, it will also mean that they will have to forfeit that election to that effect. And it will not be the first time that a political party in a state will be forfeiting the governorship election.
Well, many believe the death of Uche Ikone will prove a setback, you know, for the state governor, Okezie Ikpeazu, who is a member of the G5. But I must ask you, how much of a setback do you think this will be?
Well, it's going to be a setback to the extent that the party will need to conduct a fresh primaries. All the resources it requires, the necessary lobbying and sometimes consensus, and most times also the underlying current of dispute that this will throw up. Because remember, there are people who have interests. Okay, if in the run-up to these primaries that produce Professor Uche Ikone, there were persons who possibly must have stepped down for him. There were persons who also contested against him in the race, and there were people who had different interests in the process, and he emerged. Now, unfortunately, he died in the process. These same persons who have lost interest in this position, they will all spring out again. Politicians, you know, with their ambitions, they will come out again, and when they come out this time, it's going to be a contest and a battle. Everybody will want to win. Okay, nobody will want to lose. You may even have more contestants that may join the fore, because some other persons who didn't contest before may want to show interest to contest, and as much as they have the right to do so, the party will not stop them from doing so. Okay, remember that a contestant have a right to go to court to challenge the process, and even when within 14 days they're able to come up with a candidate, okay, and the election is contested and won, it does not stop any of the other candidates who have lost to also go to court. Remember, we just have 1 month to this election, so the fears that this might create dispute, according to you, or is very valid. It's valid in the sense that we have lost time, we have lost grounds. Now it's just 1 month. 14 days is what is allowed to get the process together. More persons may want to contest, may want to join the race. And if they join the race, and after the elections, some persons who are dissatisfied or aggrieved may want to go to court again, and would the court be able to determine this matter as quickly as possible before the election commences? The court have 180 days within which to do that. On appeal, 60 days. So these are the issues that is going to spring out from the PDP circle in the elections.
Well, just briefly before I let you go, now still talking about disputes, can the PDP conduct a fresh primaries void of disputes? Now, despite the crisis, the internal crisis rocking the party, do you see this happening?
Well, well, it depends on the level of maturity of the contestants, given that they should know that they just lost one of their own, okay? One of their own that they unanimously voted for, okay? So I will expect that the PDP, must approach this with a deep sense of loss and a deep sense of maturity. But except that politicians, with their way of reasoning too, sometimes they throw caution to the wind, and they get into this the end justify the means kind of politics. The politics that sometimes does not take into cognizance the unfortunate circumstance that has just happened in the party. The same dispute arose even when the candidate died some time ago in the PDP in Kogi State, in the APC in Kogi State. So that also led to some level of crisis, because the surviving contestants also we're having this. They had to go to court, from the court of first instance to the court of to the Supreme Court. Okay, we pray and we believe that perhaps because of what has happened already, that this PDP in Abia State, they will be cautious of what has happened, and they will take the necessary step to ensure that their party contest the coming election. Remember that their party is a party in power in the state. Okay, so it's a very sensitive situation. They are not opposition. They are the leading party, and now this has occurred. So it is expected that they will use their power of incumbency and the resources at their disposal to ensure that there is peace, harmony, and tranquility in the party, to enable them within 14 days conduct a fresh primaries, so that they can have a replacement for the demised candidates.
No, all right. Now, Evan Sufeli, legal expert, thank you for your time and your insights.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma, and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route, and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks, hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where's the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Wouldn't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity, and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter, and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging, and a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. From the tertiary education tax to the excise duty hike, the Finance Bill 2022 has elicited criticism from stakeholders and industry watchers who believe the bill is a shotgun approach of the federal government to improve the state's revenue generation capabilities. Experts have also expressed concerns over the heavy taxation burden on companies and the service sector. While President Muhammadu Buhari has withheld assent to the bill to allow for more consultation, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, explains that the purpose of the tax equity reforms is to combat tax evasion and aggressive tax planning practices that some companies operating in Nigeria are involved in. To speak more on this development, Taiwo Yedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. As always, thank you very much for your time. Now, increase in tertiary education tax rate from 2.5% to 3%. It is instructive also to say that the rate was only recently increased from 2% to 2.5% via the 2021 Finance Act. What do you make of this?
Okay. So thank you very much for the 2022 Finance Bill, which is meant to take effect from 1st of January 2023. Although it hasn't been signed, which means the effective date is likely going to be whenever the president eventually signs the bill. So that bill has a few broad objectives. One of it is tax equity, which means we want to treat similar transactions and similar businesses equally under similar circumstances. You have another one to do with climate change, where because Nigeria has made commitment to net zero, they're trying to make some reforms in the tax space. There's incentive reforms, there's job creation and economic growth, and then there's revenue generation and tax administration. Those are the broad objectives. So your question about the tertiary education tax being proposed to go from 2.5% to 3% will fall under revenue generation. The problem, though, is that that rate was increased only recently in the previous, just the immediate past finance bill, from 2% to 2.5%. Based on the budget presentation made by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning today, it shows that the revenue from tertiary education exceeded government budget for 2022. Now, while we all admit and agree that the educational sector requires funding, we also know that funding is not the only problem, because over the past 10 years alone, the amount collected by way of taxes from tertiary education tax has been over 2 trillion naira. But there's very little or no accountability as to how that has been spent. We know that lecturers were on strike for almost 8 months last year. So we believe that the focus should have been more on accountability and governance of the amount being contributed before any increases. Plus, if you just increase the rate last year, why increase it again at a time when the business community and the private sector generally are struggling and they are overburdened by taxes? That also makes Nigeria's corporate income tax rate to be one of the highest in the world. When you take 30% for corporate income tax, 2.5% for education tax, you take for NASENI, that's engineering and science, there's one for information technology, there's one for police tax. By the time you put everything together, our effective corporate tax rate is around 36% and is clearly one of the highest in the world.
Now, the federal government has said over time that it will ramp up revenue through more taxation. Do you think the Finance Bill 2022 will achieve that?
Clearly, there are provisions in the bill for raising new taxes. In addition to the tertiary education taxes, we have provisions for taxation of cryptocurrency. We also have provisions to tax gaming and lottery, but I think the lawmakers took that out. We also have provisions where government is trying to take away incentives that companies have enjoyed before, such as investment allowance on plant and machinery. Again, that is to also help government to raise revenue. We had incentives that were available to hotels before. They're also trying to take that away. In addition to instances of what they call anti-avoidance provisions on VAT, where if related parties carry out transaction and government is not happy with the price that they agree between themselves, government can increase that price and ask you to pay more taxes. There's also the excise duty tax they want to impose on all services, including telecommunication and a few others. So there are quite a number of provisions there trying to either impose new taxes or increase the rate of existing ones. I do not think that those taxes would balance the budget, because the hole in the budget, or should I call it the budget deficit, is so significant. It's about 11 trillion for the federal government, about 5 trillion for states. So altogether, you're talking about close to 16, 17 trillion naira of budget deficit. Where Nigeria can make revenue from will be to address the wasteful petrol subsidy. It will be to tackle the oil theft so that we can produce about 2.3 million barrels per day. And then to ensure that we use technology and and data to gain intelligence so that everybody who is doing any legitimate activity is paying their fair share. That way you can move the needle significantly rather than trying to overburden the few, compliant taxpayers around who are really eager to do the right thing, but the environment is difficult for them.
Now, speaking of the VAT, that's value-added tax, the IMF has advised the federal government to increase VAT. Is this the right step in the right direction?
Increasing VAT from 7.5 to whether it's 10, it's 12, 14 or 15%, it's not a right or wrong thing. So it depends on how it is done. Nigeria's VAT system is different structurally from most of the rest of the world. In Nigeria, when you invest in assets for your business, you cannot claim the input VAT. In other words, the VAT you pay, you have to bear the burden of it. The same thing for services. When you pay for services and there's VAT, you have to bear the burden as a business. In most countries around the world, businesses can reclaim the input VAT they pay on assets and on services. So which means the burden on businesses, even when the rate is 15%, is very low. Now, Nigeria cannot retain a VAT system where we do not allow full claim of input VAT by businesses and then just compare the headline rates and say Nigeria has one of the lowest VAT rates. That's like comparing mangoes and apples and then struggling to find the difference. So we have to then introduce comprehensive reforms that make Nigeria's VAT system structurally aligned with the rest of the world. If you do that, then increasing the rate will be appropriate. Also because based on the national tax policy, as you're increasing the rate for indirect taxes, such as VAT, you are expected to also reduce the rate for direct taxes, such as the corporate income tax. So on one hand, government cannot be increasing the rate of direct taxes and also be planning to increase the rate of indirect taxes and also not making reforms so that the burden of those taxes on businesses are less. If you do all of that, I think it's the recipe for chaos. You're going to just, a lot of investments that are currently in the country are going to wind down and move elsewhere, and you will struggle to attract any new investment, whether it's foreign direct investment or even domestic investment, by the way.
Now, the finance bill also speaks on the fact that gains on digital assets, including cryptocurrency, to be specifically chargeable to tax under the Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10%. How do you think this will work?
When it comes to taxation, the rules are different from financial regulation or anything else. The provisions of the law, and this is the same thing all over the world, is that for when it comes to taxation, it doesn't even matter whether the activity is legal or illegal, right? So there are countries where, for example, prostitution is illegal, but the taxman will still collect tax from you. So whatever you do that you make money, the taxman will collect his money, regardless of whether it's legal or not. But having said that, what the CBN said, CBN has no powers to make, crypto legal or illegal. They are not the National Assembly. It's only the National Assembly that can pass a law to say something is legal or illegal. What the CBN did was to stop banks from facilitating the payment to do with crypto. They say, banks, don't do it, and don't help your customers to do it. So what that means is individuals and maybe businesses that are involved in crypto are having to find alternative ways, I'll say maybe over the counter or the black economy, how they're doing their crypto. Now, government has now said that they want to collect taxes from crypto. And this is also consistent with what we see in a few countries around the world, like the US, Italy, and a few other places are already taxing crypto. The problem that we're going to run to in Nigeria is because the CBN has decided to say, don't get involved, banks, don't do it, right? It means that governments would be almost unable completely to even know what's happening there. Because the way developed countries that are taxing crypto, the way they know what they're doing is that they regulate the exchanges that are carrying out those transactions on behalf of customers and the banks where they're moving the money to and from, right? So the government can then direct banks and the exchanges, including maybe even the miners, to say you must submit certain reports. So those reports will help government to know who is selling and who is buying and whether they are making gains. So in Nigeria, I think that this provision is only just as good as the paper on which it is written on, because if anybody does not declare their gains from crypto, I don't know how Nigerian government will know. Plus the timing in terms of, everybody knows that last year was a very bad year for cryptocurrency. So I don't see anybody who was making gains last year. They were making losses. So really, maybe it's a tax for the future rather than the current time.
Now, the bill also proposes a 50% tax increase from the 30% to companies involving gas flaring. How does this work?
Yeah, so gas flaring is a technical terminology that, if I want to simplify it, when you're trying to produce crude oil, for example, the crude oil is somewhere far down beneath the Earth's surface, and it's usually, there's what they call associated gas. So there's gas also in the reservoir where you're trying to get the oil from. As you're pumping the oil into the surface, the gas also will be trying to escape, right? And, if you do nothing, then that gas goes into the atmosphere and it can kill all living things that it finds around, including the human beings. So that's not an option. So the other two options you then have is to either capture the gas and turn it into useful purposes, essentially what we call gas utilization, or you could set it on fire so that it burns away instead of going into the atmosphere to kill living things. Now, to be able to capture the gas and convert it to useful purposes, one requires two important ingredients. One is you need to make the investment because it's not like you just go there and capture it with buckets, right? Number two is that the price at which you're going to sell the gas should be commercial enough to cover that cost you've incurred on the investments you have made. Now, what has happened in Nigeria is that in these major oil production assets, Nigerian government is actually the senior shareholder, sometimes holding about 60%. Nigeria has refused to make its own contribution to the investment that is required. Number two, Nigerian government is setting the price at which gas can be sold, such that it does not make any commercial sense for any private sector to make those huge investments and then not be able to recover their money. So to then turn around as government that has not enabled this to work and then punish the private sector players by increasing their taxes by additional 20%, in my view, is a wrong policy choice, especially at this time when, because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe is looking for alternative sources of gas, which means they have billions of dollars and they're looking for where to invest. These proposal by the government will discourage the investment from coming to Nigeria, bearing in mind that under the Petroleum Industry Act that was recently enacted, some of these companies will pay hydrocarbon tax of 30%. They'll pay companies income tax of 30%. When you add 20% to it, you may easily get to 80% before they start adding education tax and all the rest. to be honest, I don't see anybody who will be excited to make those investment decisions with such a very high rate of tax.
Well, Taiwo Oyedele, thank you very much for your time and contribution as always.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Industry experts have predicted that the full deployment of the 5G network across Nigeria in 2023 and the implementation of the Startup Act will further drive fintech innovation, technology skills development and data application, among others. The Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTEN, says rollout of 5G services across the country in 2023 will further drive development in the telecom sector. Nigeria recorded broadband subscription growth over 84.9 million with a penetration rate of 44.49% in July 2022, and which increased to 86.94 million with a penetration of 45.55% in October. Well, for more insight, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner Blue Wave Limited, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, share with us your insight into the growth of Nigeria's ICT sector in 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. In year 2022, I mean, we've witnessed a lot of growth, and I think one of the biggest growth we've witnessed was the launch of the next generation of mobile network, which is the 5G mobile network, and I mean, the possibilities of what we can do with 5G is now here in Nigeria. And I also think that one of the other things that I think became a highlight for last year was also the launch of the Starlink. That was the Elon Musk's Starlink service in the country. So which even gives even much broader capacity for the internet services in Nigeria. So meaning wherever you are in Nigeria with a service like Starlinks, you could connect and reach out to the world. In terms of what last year holds for us, the things we've seen last year is we've seen a growth in remote work. We have more and more young people that are opting for remote work because of better and cheaper access to the internet. Okay, so we have more and more people, not just even in Lagos. We have people in Ibadan, we have people in Owerri, we have people in places across the country that are connecting remotely and doing jobs remotely and getting paid remotely. So I think it's a good phase for us as a country that we have citizens that could work globally right from here in Nigeria. And I think the other thing we are also seeing is a growth in content production. We are seeing more and more content production happening around us today. If you go online today, you see a whole lot of digital content creators online today. So I think it's also an industry that is fast growing, and we are just scratching the surface of that, okay? Because we are at a phase where those contents would evolve, and the internet would make that possible. So as we proceed and as we get better connections, and as we also have increased broadband penetration across the country, we would definitely see more diverse contents being created. And also don't forget that the music industry is also growing, and I mean the digital space plays a whole lot of role in the growth of our music and also our videos. So today we are seeing more content on platforms like Netflix. We are seeing more Nigerian content on platforms like Amazon Prime. So we would always see more and more of this in the coming months. And I think these are some of the key highlights for last year. And also in terms of fintech, we are seeing more fintech coming up, trying to solve problems that we witness day in, day out. So all these are things we will definitely see.
Now, what role will 5G network play in fintech innovation?
I think the first thing I would say is employment. I mean, we can't underestimate the volume of, or the rate of unemployment in the country. I mean, you can't underestimate the effects of the scale of unemployment in the country. So what it means is that if we deploy more stable and more robust internet service across the country. What it simply means is that more people will get jobs to do. Okay, more people will have things to do. And when people have things to do, for example, we've talked about remote work, more and more Nigerians will go online to connect and do remote work. Now, when they do remote work and they are able to raise money from that within their local communities, by nature, they would likely invest in their local community. So if, for example, I'm in a town in maybe somewhere in Oyo State, for example, and I'm doing a remote work, and I have a bit of disposable income with me that I'm not spending, I could decide to invest it in a business within the community. And if I invest in that community, what it means is that I'm employing more people, and by employing more people, we are lifting more people out of poverty. Okay, so employment is one of the key things. And apart from remote work, it also gives us the opportunity to empower our citizens by giving them skill sets that up until now has not been widely available within the country. So, but now with these services, people can go online, learn new things, learn new skills, learn new, seek new opportunities. And with that, they can build new experiences, build new knowledge, and solve problems within their locality. Okay, so people can go online to take whatever courses they need to take because the services are available to them. They can go online to seek out opportunities, go online to seek out partnerships, and build new networks within themselves, and also solve global problems by the connections they create online. So that's one thing we would see. Then also we also see better government services. Yes, government is always slow to deploy networks, to deploy technology, but as more and more of these things are available, we would always see ease in how governments reach out to citizens. And a very good example is, for example, how we are able to register our businesses online these days. How you can go online today to, for example, you want to renew your passports, you can go online to book for that. So you can do a whole lot of things online right now. With governments and whereas when you're interfacing with governments, okay? So a lot of people, for example, pay their tax online today. So as networks grow and we have more and more of these services across the country, servicing citizens would definitely get easier. And also, a whole lot of a lot of different parts of the country would also be opened up to the internet. What do I mean? We have a whole lot of culture, we have food, we have a whole lot of things that even the world does not know. But as we move forward and as we create better networks across the country, more and more people will share their story, they will share their content, and for the world to see. And I mean, the world will definitely appreciate Nigeria more as we proceed.
Well, finally, before I let you go, how significant will the full deployment of the 5G network be in Nigeria's ICT sector?
Well, it's still, you know, one thing about life is the fact that we are all reluctant to change. Like a quote I heard recently is that said that everybody wants the world to change, but they themselves don't want to change. Okay, so we want to see changes around us, but we don't want to change. Now, one of the key things we have to understand about this is the fact that I mean, it's something we've talked about. I mean, it has been on for a while now, since the COVID period. I think there's been that large propaganda around 5G and all that. But the question is, I mean, we've used 2G, we've used 3G, we've used 4G, we've used 4.5G. Now we are 5G. We are on 5G now. The question is between 2G to 4.5G that we've used all this while up until now. Have we had any large-scale radiation problems? The question is, I mean, the answer is no. Okay, so largely we've not had anything we could consider to be radiation issues. Okay, so for 5G, I think the dynamics of 5G is just the fact that it's a bit shorter than 4G, meaning that we likely have more masts and would have more mass within a smaller space of like a smaller space. Okay, so but with that, I mean, it's radiations that has been tested, and I mean, all these things have been tested over time. And one thing you should understand is that across the world, if there would be health implications for that, government across the country would not encourage the deployment Okay, so I mean, we've used 4G up until now without any issues, so I don't think 5G will be a problem. So I just want to say that we should embrace what we have, and let's take the opportunity that comes with it. Okay, so that we don't, because there is 5G or 4G, we don't want to, I mean, because of what we think might be an health issue, or what we feel radiation might do. There's always radiation around us every day. I mean, we use mobile phones that have their own radiations. We use wireless devices. We have IoT devices that use wireless, that connect wirelessly across today. So all the radiations are already around us. So I don't think 5G will be different, and I don't think it will make any difference than what we've always experienced. So I think the important thing is just for us to understand the qualities and the benefits that these new services bring to us and how we can maximize it.
Well, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner, Blue Wave Limited, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we've come to the end of the program. To join us again next time, I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Hello and welcome to News Now. I am Mary Kanu. The federal government says it foiled another jailbreak attempt following the attack on the Kuje Correctional Facility in early July 2022. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, revealed this at the 64th session of a State House ministerial briefing organized by the Presidential Communications Abuja. Although Aregbesola did not specify which correctional facility he was referring to, he said those behind the attack had been sent to their maker. He also boasted that no fleeing inmates could hide forever as their biometrics have been stored permanently on the Nigeria Police database.
Well, capacity building, we have trained about 10,463 additional officers for to handle effectively and efficiently firearms. And I said it earlier, whether here or somewhere, that we are now mandating our in charge, that is officers in charge of each center, not just to carry pistol, no. They must carry high capacity weapon to themselves. Before now, the officers are just officers. They don't know if they had any gunshot, they would dive under their bed. Now, I'm being honest with you, but we have changed that. We have changed that. Since Kuje, we have changed that. They are all now being trained progressively to boldly confront by themselves, to lead the action of repelling whoever attempts to violate our facility. And we have declared the facility red zones. And it's not just red zone, verbal declaration. No, you can test us. Somebody can. Somebody can test our will. Where's that?
At least 28 herdsmen and hundreds of their cattle have died following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. The Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Mayaki Mohammed, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, explained that herdsmen were returning from Benue State on Tuesday with their cattle after retrieving them from forest guards who had seized them when the ugly incident happened. Speaking on the incident, Governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, said security agencies and relevant stakeholders in the state are making efforts to salvage the situation. When asked about the development during the bi-weekly briefing on the operations of the military and other security agencies, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Damadami, refused to comment on the matter.
We are not going to join issues. Like I said, I'm not going to join issues with anybody on that. The chief executive officers of those states have spoken on the issue, and we will leave it as such. Whatever is the outcome of it as it comes, as things continue to unfold during the course of the week, you will get to know.
Speaking on the security challenges in the southeast ahead of the 2023 general elections, the military spokesman assured that the military remains apolitical and will offer assistance to the Nigeria Police to ensure credible and violence-free elections.
The issue of operations in the southeast. Operations are already going on in the southeast, and new operations are being rejuvenated to be conducted in the southeast. Like I told you, it's not just kinetic operations that are going out in the southeast. There are equally non-kinetic operations that are going out in the southeast. I can assure you that during the last election, what is happening now was the same thing that happened in the southeast. An election went on in the southeast region. Nothing happened. The same thing is going to happen during this 2003 election. We cannot rule out there are not going to be one or two incidences. That one we cannot rule out that one. But election is going to happen in the southeast region, like any other region in the country.
In a related development, Governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, says 37 persons have been buried following an airstrike that occurred in Doma, a community that connects Nasarawa and Benue states. The airstrike, which occurred on Tuesday, was said to have affected herders who were waiting to transport their cattle. Speaking during an interview on Thursday, Italy said 37 persons had been buried, but added that a yet to be confirmed number of fatalities were also reportedly recorded in Benue State. Speaking on if the airstrike was from an aircraft belonging to the Nigerian Air Force NAF, the governor said investigation is ongoing, adding that from information there was an operation in the state targeted at bandits. The governorship candidate of the National Rescue Movement NRM in Adamawa State, Abba Aliyu, has died. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Afuye Olushola, announced the development in a statement on Thursday. The NRM candidate was said to have died on Wednesday. The development comes hours after the death of Uche Ikone, governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Abia State, was announced. The presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has accused the People's Democratic Party of sabotaging fuel supply in the country to blackmail the federal government. Several parts of Nigeria are experiencing fuel scarcity, with queues snaking into streets in some areas. The price of the product has also jumped across the country, but Tinubu has pinned it on the main opposition party, accusing the PDP of creating queues for the product across Nigeria. He also accused the PDP of not fixing the country's power sector, claiming the party squandered resources meant to handle such. And the Senate has confirmed the appointment of a former Inspector General of Police, Suleiman Arashe, as the new chairman of the Police Service Commission. The Red Chamber confirmed the former police boss's appointment within 24 hours of his nomination. In presenting the report of the committee to the Senate in plenary, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Police Affairs, Haliru Jika, explained that the former IGP was screened on Tuesday evening. Jika explained that Arashe performed well during the screening and proved that he can lead PSC as its chairman.
Our findings and observation, the committee deliberated extensively on the nominee's qualification, capacity, suitability, and competence for appointment as chairman of the Police Service Commission during the screening process, and made the following findings and observation as a result: that the nominee met the legal requirement outlined in Section 154, subsection 1, and Section 2A and B of the Police Service Commission Establishment Act 2001. Secondly, that the committee has determined, based on fact and existing laws, that the nominee presented by Mr. President for confirmation for appointment as chairman of the Police Service Commission has met the necessary legal requirement, and he is hereby affirmed to be a fit and proper person for appointment as chairman of the Police Service Commission.
The Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Police Affairs on the screening of Mr. President's nominee for appointment as chairman Police Service Commission and approved the nomination of Solomon Arese, retired IGP, as chairman Police Service Commission. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Solomon Arese, retired IGP, for appointment as chairman Police Service Commission? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The federal government has assured Russian and other foreign investors of improved security for their investments in the country. The government, through the Office of Nigerians in the Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, says it is also solving bureaucratic challenges hindering foreign direct investments into the country. The chairman of NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Erewa, who announced this at a business forum organized by Nigeria in Diaspora Organization, Russian chapter in Lagos, said Nigeria remains the investment destination for foreign direct investments. On his part, the Senior Special Assistant on Diaspora and Foreign Relations to the Lagos State Governor, Jermaine Sanwo-Olu, said the Lagos State government is the most diaspora-friendly government in the Federation, pointing out that Lagos State is the safest city in the country for investment destinations.
There are many investment opportunities in Nigeria. You see people from Russia saying that they want to bring businesses here, and Russia is saying they want to look to Africa. They're not looking to Europe anymore. And we're in Africa and Nigeria. So it's for us to sell our country, not demarket ourselves. You see Nigerians and Russia coming back to say, listen, come and invest in Nigeria, pulling themselves together, and even themselves are investors. So when we say foreign direct investment, we should be talking about diaspora direct investment. So we have Nigerians in the diaspora, in this case Nigerians from Russia, who are bringing Russians here to say, you know what, this is where to invest in.
Businesses, unicorns, tech industries, as you can see our Yaba, which is like our Silicon Valley right now, a lot of businesses are thriving in Lagos. So yes, we've engaged with Russian businesses, with business encouraging more countries to come and do business in this wonderful city of opportunities.
We believe that we cannot do it alone. We feel the voice of the diaspora is important, and we feel that their wealth of experience and the potential the diaspora takes, we need to transform the state quickly. That is why we want to actually design Ondo State for a business hub of the entire Southwest for self-reliance.
The trade balance between Nigeria and Russia is just a disbalanced trade. So what we want to do is we want to make Nigerian companies, Nigerians who are living in Russia, to cooperate with the Nigerians living here, producing for the start agricultural products and then shipping it to Russia directly to be able to balance the trade.
We'll take a break now and return with more stories. To stay with us.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dssPR@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. In case you missed any of the news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. And now to COVID-19 stories and updates. India has approved its first nasal COVID vaccine made by Bharat Biotech. Incovac is administered in the form of drops and stimulates an immune response in the tissues that line the nasal cavity. In September 2022, China had approved an inhaled COVID-19 vaccine administered in the form of a spray. Scientists say that nasal vaccines may offer added immunity in the lining of the nose and upper airways where COVID typically enters the body. And Andrew Bridgen has threatened to sue fellow MP Matt Hancock after the former health secretary accused him on Twitter of anti-Semitic, anti-vax and anti-scientific conspiracy theories. Bridgen was suspended as a Tory MP over a tweet likening the impact of COVID vaccines to the Holocaust. In a letter sent on his behalf, Bridgen believes the former health secretary's words were defamatory and has called on Hancock to retract and delete his statement, apologize in the comments and on Twitter, and pay £100,000 into a legal fund for people seeking vaccine damages. We'll take a short break and return with business updates.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Kenya.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
In business, the federal government has said that the Nigeria-Niger Republic Rail project would boost trade and over socio-economic interactions between both countries. A statement by the Director Press and Public Relations of the Ministry of Transportation, Henshaw Ogbuike, said the minister in charge of the ministry, Muazu Sambo, made this known in Abuja after signing of a memorandum of understanding on the project between Nigeria and the Republic of Niger on Thursday. Sambo pointed out that the rail line, which will start from Kano State in Nigeria and end at Maradi in Niger Republic, will facilitate the realization of the objectives for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to which Nigeria and Niger Republic are signatories. A coalition of civil society organizations has advised Nigerians to deposit their old Naira notes for new notes before the expiration date on January 31st, 2023. The spokesperson of the group, Basi Atuk, gave the advice on Thursday when he led a door-to-door sensitization campaign in Abuja. Atuk explained that the sensitization campaign is to enlighten the public to comply with the deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to phase out the old notes and alternative ways of transacting as the deadline is fast approaching.
CBN has mandated all banks that they should desist from putting old Naira notes into the ATM machines. When you go to ATM machines, what you find now is the new Naira note. And that is why CBN has come out so boldly to tell all Nigerians that the deadline for you and I to return all old notes is January 31st, which is next week, Tuesday. Nobody should take any advice from anybody apart from what CBN has said. Go to your bank, approach your bankers to provide you the new Naira note.
Oil prices edged ahead for a second session on Friday, buoyed by stronger than expected U.S. economic growth in hopes of a rapid recovery in China's demand as COVID-19 cases and deaths plunged from last month's peak levels. Brent crude futures gained 30 cents to $87 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures rose 34 cents to $81 per barrel. Both benchmarks had gained more than 1% on Thursday. And United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for an end to threats to freedom, dignity and humanity. Speaking during a press conference on the International Day of Commemoration in memory of the victims of the Holocaust, Guterres called for a resolve to never again remain silent in the face of evil and to always defend the dignity and rights of every person.
Today, we honor the memory of the victims of the Holocaust. We remember the 6 million Jewish children, women and men, as well as the Roma and Sinti, the people with disabilities, and countless others who perished. We reflect on the millions of individual lives cut short, the millions of futures stolen away. As we mourn the loss of so many and so much, we also recognize that the Holocaust was not inevitable. No genocide ever is. It was the culmination of millennia of anti-Semitic hate. The Nazis could only move with calculated cruelty from the discrimination of Europe's Jews to their annihilation because so few stood up and so many stood by. It was the deafening silence, both at home and abroad, that emboldened them. The alarm bells were ringing from the very beginning. Hate speech and disinformation, contempt for human rights and the rule of law, the glorification of violence and tales of racial supremacy, disdain for democracy and diversity. In remembering the Holocaust, we recognize threats to freedom, dignity and humanity, including in our own time. Today, in the face of growing economic discontent and political instability, escalating white supremacy terrorism and surging hate and religious bigotry, we must be more outspoken than ever. We must never forget, nor allow others to ever forget, distort or deny the Holocaust. Today and every day, let us resolve to never again remain silent in the face of evil and to always defend the dignity and rights of all.
In sports, former Arsenal and Manchester City defender Kolo Toure has been sacked by Wigan after failing to win any of his 9 games in charge of the Championship strugglers. Toure only agreed to a 3.5-year contract at Wigan on November 29, but his disastrous reign is already over. The Latics took just 2 points from Toure's 7 league matches with a 2-0 loss to Luton last weekend, leaving them bottom of the table, 4 points from safety. Hired to replace Liam Richardson at Wigan, Toure was in his first managerial role following assistant coaching spells with Ivory Coast, Celtic and Leicester. That's the news this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one Voduma and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
What we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there's no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet. It's just in front of you, so you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold, and at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them you were not really giving food well when you were in the Shabbat camp. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not going to lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you now have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They'll not put you in deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit.
We are here today to celebrate my exhibition, for people to see what I've been doing for the past 10 years or so, because majority of the works that you are seeing on display are 10 years or 12 years old, because they are transformative in nature. Because over the years, I've been building on them idea-wise, according to what is going on within the country, what is going on in my environment, what is happening to me. So those are the things that informed whatever you are seeing on display here. The exhibition is more or less like the artist is doing his birthday, whereby people will come, wish you well. Some will come, pass one or two comments, compliment-wise or the otherwise. But majorly, exhibition in the life of an artist is more or less like an exposition, whereby people come to see what you have been doing over the years, and they want to interact with what they are seeing. Probably that will inform some questions, reaction, observation, and reservation. I pick out 35 works out of about 100 that I have in the studio. I pick out 35. And those 35 were carefully chosen for people to see for the past 10 years how far I have been moving. You understand? Because I started my journey from the Polytechnic to Universal Studio of Art to University of Benin, to Obafemi Awolowo University, Kunle Adeyemi Studios. So when all these places that I mentioned, you will see the reflections in the works on display. Because when you are looking at the print, you should be reflecting at Kunle Adeyemi Studio. when you are looking about some of the expressionist work there, we should be talking about Ife. When you are looking at the landscape, we should be talking about Universal Studios of Art and some other things. It is not an easy feat, but the truth of the matter is this. As an artist, let me take it from this angle. He who God has given talent, God has given problem. Every artist will face one challenges or the other, especially when you are at the point of a creative, when you are creating the work. Creating the work is one thing, but when the idea hits you, how do you bring it forward? Bringing it forward is always a challenge. Most of the time when you visit the artist studio, you see piles of works that are unfinished. Not that the artist cannot finish them, but the original ideas that the artist is having probably is unable to connect or reconnect with it. So that is the reason why every artist will have one challenge or the other, especially in the area of bringing out your ideas. The area of the fund, materials, everything, that one is a general thing for everybody. Because for the artist, you have to source for your materials. And me as a painter, I have to look at the reactions of my materials, the colors, and every other thing. For the sculptors, they have to look at the materials they are going to use. Is it going to be wood carving? Is it going to be cold cast? Is it going to be bronze or any other thing? So we have challenges here and there. On the other hand, some artists, they have studio challenge. Where are they going to work? Probably the studio is not big enough. The studio is not conducive enough. For an artist, the challenge is very, very diverse. what inspires me most is life in itself. Life generally. Your day-to-day activities is one of the major things that challenge every artist. Every artist will draw inspiration from what is happening around us, your personal life, your environment, the political situation in the country. Those are the areas that we draw inspiration from. This is more or less a surrealistic expression of me trying to look at what is going on in the country. You understand? I merely use the lizard as a metaphor of what is going on in the country. I use the calabash more or less like a globe. That is the Nigeria. That's why you can see green, white, and green. You understand? And the general populace entirely. So I'm using this lizard here to represent Mr. President, because I titled it the flag bearer. Is the one that everybody will be referring to as Mr. President. And that is the chief of staff up there, the person in charge of the administration of the presidency or the governor office. And every other lizard there, you can see that we still have some other citizen, other lizard in green, white, green, here and there, you understand? And you see other lizard clouded in flag of other nation. This is Israel, this Germany or so, this is France, this is Brazil, this is Ghana, UK, China, sorry, this is Japan, and that is China. So I use all this lizard to suggest other nations that are benefiting from Nigeria. And you see the ministers, I use all these other lizards as the ministers, the governor in the country, you understand? So majority of our political leaders, they are under dealing, you understand? They are the one more or less eating the fruit of the nation without Mr. President knowing anything about it, because Mr. President is up there, you understand, discussing with the world power. Meanwhile, the commissioners, the ministers, the governors, they are down here trying as much as possible to milk the fruit of the nation. So now you can see this one here. This one have succeeded in going up, discussing with Mr. President in itself. So Mr. President is here, and this is China. Because when you look at everything that we are using today, from our phone to our road construction, everything, China are already taking over. So the Chinese are already discussing with Mr. President, while the commissioners, the ministers, every one of them are under dealing at the background. That is why some ministers are more richer than the president, some governors are more richer than the president, even some local government chairmen are richer than the governor. So if we are unable to solve these corruptions going on here, it is going to lead us to that place where we have the other work there. That other work is what I title civil action. That if you are unable to solve the problem here, the country is likely going to go in flame, whereby we are going to have massive protests. And if at that point we are unable to solve that problem of that massive protest, it will lead us to the third work, whereby the nation will experience outright war. So you can see here, so that is why I titled this work Premonition. Premonition is that what I am more or less predicting what is likely going to happen if this issue of insecurity, corruption, nepotism, tribalism, if we cannot solve all those problems at this stage, by the time we get here, there is going to be massive unrest in the nation, whereby you see people will come all over. All Nigerians will come from wherever they are, and they are going to have massive protests in Nigeria. So if we are unable to solve that problem here, then we are going to move. That will lead us to the total breakdown of law and order, whereby the country will go in flame. You understand? The country will go in flame, whereby we are going to have outright war. As at that time, the issue of negotiation will not be there again. So at this point, if you are unable to still resolve it, then the country will disintegrate. You can see that at this point, the green, white, green is gradually fading off. So we have the fourth one that is suggesting that if at this point we can still not get it right, that the country will break into pieces, whereby everybody will go their different ways. So that is the political angle of this exhibition. So we still have the other aspect that deals with our cultural landscape, our day-to-day activities like the market scene that you can see there. That is our day-to-day activities that is happening around us. So that is the motive of this exhibition, to translate messages to people. Possibly, the artist might not have the right words to really categorize himself, to really explain himself better than those people who are really looking at them. The artist have done his job. It is left to the journalists, the writers, the art historians, for them to digest it and bring out whatever they think they are seeing. So for any artist to critically analyze or want to explain all that he has done, he or she will be doing a kind of injustice to him or herself. Art is inborn. Though we have some persons that they will go and learn how to draw, but as an artist, once you call yourself an artist, it means it is inborn. So whatsoever you are going to create will come naturally, either in the area of sculpture, painting, graphics, ceramics. It will come naturally. So the reason why the artist will go to school is for artists to be refined. Every artist at the tutelage, we are more or less like a crude oil. When you tap crude oil from the ground, it will have to go through refining process, whereby you get some other valuable materials from the crude. So from the point, your entry point into the school, you are crude. You go through the school for you to be refined. So when you are refined, that is when you either become a painter, a sculptor, a graphic artist, a cinematographer, or any other thing. So at that point, that is when you say that I'm a professional, I'm an artist, I'm a painter. But at the point of when you enter the school, you are nobody. How did I start painting? The journey was rough. It was rough, smooth, bumpy, but we are here today. I just want to cut it short.
Olojo is not a hidden phenomenon in the visual arts. He's been there, he's been paying his dues, and so whatever that's going to happen, particularly in the area of exhibitions or in the area of research in art, you can always trace it, to some few individuals who are making it work in this climb. So Olojo particularly is not a hidden name in visual art, so he's actually a very famous artist, so we must hear what happens sometimes when he's having a show like this. I have seen, just like the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, I have actually seen him breaking boundaries into the areas of paintings, to have media, mixed media. From the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, he has actually entered into so many areas of visual arts. Printmaking, deep etching, painting, mixed media, and of course almost a three-dimensional work in just one exhibition. So you see a body of work that is very rich, and the subject matters are very, very contemporary, and of course they're very cultural. There are things that are in this environment, they live with us in the environment, and we take for granted sometimes, but the artist does not take it for granted. And so that is the way this exhibition is. You can actually see the artist that is conscious of lines, the artist that is conscious of the elements of design, the artist that is conscious of the principle of design. So some of these things are put together, and we can actually see that in this exhibition. As a matter of fact, he is actually well cooked. That's what I'm trying to say. The importance of exhibitions like these are very, very numerous, but I would be able to tell you some few ones. Well, the artist in his studio or in his studio is actually making research, working, using different materials to put down his vision or visual into form. And so importance of exhibitions like this is to show an expose of what the artist has been doing over time. Like I said initially, body of work. So the artist is not a busybody person, but he's actually busy, focused on his work, and from there he's able to, over time he will grow, and that is what we are able to see in this exhibition. So exhibitions like this measure the growth of artists. Exhibitions like this is able to let us know the type of research the artist is working on or he has actually put there. Exhibitions like this propel the younger ones, particularly some of us that are in pedagogy, some of us that are in education. Exhibitions like this propel the students, to be able to see that if a guy is working this way, I think I will do better, or I think I will work harder. So it's actually a form of encouragement, to the younger ones, particularly the students of art. And more importantly, again, is a means of value or a measure of value to the clientele. How do I mean? A collector buys your work, you have been able to expose this, and a collector is interested in your work, and at the end of the day, it becomes a value to him. If, for instance, he buys this work in a primary market this way, and then later on in life takes it to the secondary market, it becomes a value, And so some of these things are things that we should be able to expose our people to, particularly in the area of exhibitions. I have actually come and I have seen some good things, some of the standards that Olojo is trying to preach. These are very good standards. 1, the works are of standard. 2, the presentation of standard. 3, the gallery is a standard gallery. And 4, people that I've seen so far, they are actually quality people. We have collectors around here. We have dignitaries, particularly the artists that have actually matured, and we have the emerging artists that are here, and we have the students that are here. So it's all encompassing, it's all combined, and so I think it's a successful show in the area of the viewing public. So it's a good show.
Very, very happy. You know, the Yorubas will say, when your child is growing big, you feel happy. I am very happy. I taught him as a student. We were colleagues, and now he's rising up. So I'm happy with the progress he's making. The theme, the thematic contents are large, beautiful. Starting from the masquerades, you go to landscape, you go to portraiture, you go to still life, and the composition. He has been able to show the dexterity of a good draftsmanship. And when you see the works, you will know that this man understands what art is all about. His colors are art colors, very, very rich. Well, somebody said it long ago, we don't document things. Olojo has been able to document so many things for us to see. And this is going to be for prosperity. You wonder why the European countries don't pride themselves in their technology, but the art. Why? It's because art lives forever. According to Papa Hima, he said a country erodes and the dust blows away, and nothing matters. 1,000 years makes silly science. Only those who practice art live forever. You'll be surprised the way Egyptology, the Greek art, and co, the old ones, are making waves. And the same thing with old art. Okay? So what Olojo is doing is recording them for prosperity. And then in years to come, you will know that, oh, somebody has passed through here.
I'm excited, really gladdened. I'm happy with myself that I'm able to make it to this exhibition, yes. Without any doubt, the collections that we have here are a true definition of the several years of efforts that the artist exhibiting, Prince Olojo Kosoko, has put into his exploration of his art. It's a total definition of his transition, yes. Splendid. If one goes round, one could see how much he has evolved over time, and it's quite commendable. I'm impressed, yes. It is to bring to the society the consciousness that is the responsibility of artists to bring to consciousness, calling the society into what a society should be. Art is a medium of expressing the happenings in the society. Our environment, our culture, our general being. And when the artist comes up with an array of works that expresses this whole gamut of our life, is to bring us to consciousness of what is happening around us and help the society to reevaluate itself and then forge a way forward. Yes, that's the purpose of art exhibitions, for us to get to know ourselves, where we are coming from, where we are now, and what we should be projecting forward.
I did IT in a side, like industrial training in his studio. And he has been saying a lot about doing a solo exhibition. So I'm happy to witness the solo exhibition because he has been saying this thing. So I'm very happy to be one of the witnesses. I'm inspired. Just one word, I'm very inspired because I see forms, landscape, this mixed media. I'm just informed because he's like exploring he's touching almost every part of this in painting, line of painting. So landscape but I really know him as a very strong landscape painter, because Mr. Olojo, when he handles landscape, he just I've been a witness of it. When he was doing landscape painting, he starts a painting from just one theme and he just creates he creates an entire scene just from his head. I don't know how he does that, but maybe through experience and travels and all those stuff. So he's just really good at it. Actually saw some works, and the title of the work though, I've seen so many work, like 3 or 4 works that I want to do something about it. Not really doing like in my own way. The title just inspired me, like, okay, this is like one of them upstairs. It says polygamist. So it just inspired me, and I see so many the shapes and colors, the flow of everything. It just inspired me.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Top of the morning to you, Nigeria, and welcome to What's Your Take, a weekly news program in which Nigerians from all walks of life get to express their opinions on the big stories that broke the previous week and which have the potential to impact our daily lives and well-being. My name is Dayo Akintobi, and I will be taking us through those stories that made the headlines this past week. Well, as you all know, today is a significant day because President Buhari is visiting Lagos. He's here on a 2-day working visit to commission some projects. And I'm sorry to disappoint you, he's not here to commission the big one that we were all looking forward to. That's the Dangote refinery. Despite everything that's been said, unfortunately, that project is not ready to come on stream yet. So he's not going to be commissioning that one today. However, having said that, he will commission the Lekki Deep Sea Port, which is a very big project for the federal government and for Lagos. He will also commission the rice mill at Imota around Ikorodu, and he will commission the Blue Line light rail train in Lagos, which is something we've all been looking forward to. So President Buhari will welcome you to Lagos, and we wish you a pleasant and fruitful stay. And to all Lagosians who are being disrupted, whose schedules are being disrupted by this with the detours and the road closures, well, it's just another experience that we have to go through to live in this metropolis. So grin and bear it and consider it something for the best for all of us. All right, having said that, with me on the program this morning is our newscaster, Yetunde Afolabi, who will be telling us all about the big stories we'll be discussing today. Good morning, Yetunde.
Good morning, Mr. Dayo, and a very good morning, Nigeria.
I'm certain you have a bunch of interesting material to share with us. Last week saw some significant developments across the country that made the headlines.
It was indeed a bumper news week. Let me get to it without further ado. The stories for this program were culled from the headlines and pages of the mainstream newspapers across Nigeria, including The Sun, Daily Trust, Leadership, Vanguard, The Nation, Punch, Guardian, Nigerian Tribune, New Telegraph, and This Day. The really big story of last week is the lingering fuel crisis and the hardship being experienced by Nigerians, from the scarcity of the product and its high cost at the few locations where it is available. Worst of all, there seems to be no end in sight to this problem. Some of the headlines that spoke to this issue during the week include: fuel scarcity bites harder. Marketers blame the National Oil Company, NNPCL. Fuel crisis won't end soon, say government, marketers. List insecurity, dollar scarcity, crude swap problem as challenges. Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria, MOMAN, says only fuel subsidy removal will stop fuel scarcity. Queues are caused by high demand in bottlenecks in the fuel distribution chain. Gradual removal of petrol subsidy starts in April. Price hike, NNPCL keep mum. Major Marketers Association blames logistics. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipre Silva, says no increase in PMS pump price. The second major news story for today is about the fears and frustration mounting among Nigerians over the scarcity of the new Naira notes, even as the deadline nears for the exchange of old notes, and the Central Bank of Nigeria remains adamant about not extending the deadline. Some of the headlines that address this, issued during the week, include: CBN accuses banks of hoarding billions of new Naira notes, threatens sanctions. CBN deepened sensitization on the new Naira notes and new cash withdrawal policy at major markets across Nigeria. CBN meets with POS agents on Monday. Supermarkets, eateries reject old notes. CBN introduces cash swap policy for new currency in villages, other rural outposts. State governors. Nigerians are facing huge challenges over Naira redesign. Clash with Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, over cash withdrawal policy. From today, all Nigerians can exchange old notes for new notes at deposit money banks. Our next news item for today is the Edo train abduction of the previous week and the subsequent rescue of the victims by a combined team of police, DSS, vigilantes, and hunters. Is this a ray of hope that a solution to combat the kidnapping scourge has finally been found? Some of the headlines that address this issue during the week include: 1. armed herdsmen invade Igwebin train station in Edo State on Saturday, January 7, and abduct 32 persons. Police working with the vigilante and hunters comb through the bush around the area and apprehend one suspect who begins helping police with their investigation. 6 victims are rescued just 2 days after the incident. 1 week after the incident, all 32 victims have been rescued and 10 suspects arrested, including 2 village chiefs who allegedly gave assistance to the kidnappers. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki stated that no money was paid for the release of the victims, as special forces engaged in a joint operation and overpowered the kidnappers and rescued the hostages. We paid 2 million naira to the kidnappers for my sister's release, laments a family member of one of the kidnapped victims. Next in the queue for today is the so-called Chatham Houseization of Nigerian politics. There's a mad rush of Nigerian politicians to speak at the British think tank Good for Our Democracy and Self-Pride. The background to this big story is that in the past week, first the presidential candidates of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and then the presidential candidates of the NNPP, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and then topped off by the chairman of Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Prof. Mahmood Yakubu, all visited Chatham House in London to address its executives, and a diverse audience on the upcoming Nigerian elections. And our final big story for today is on the resurgence of COVID. 42 new COVID-19 infections have been reported in Nigeria. Some of the headlines that address this issue during the week include: 1. Despite the new cases, federal government rules out imposition of restrictions. Chinese authorities express concern over outbreak of deadly flu. 3. Unknown flu. Federal government may reintroduce COVID-19 measures as 3 Nigerians die in China, 7 in critical condition. And that's all the stories we have for you in this edition of What's Your Take? I will now hand back to Mr. Dio, who will introduce our guests who are in the studio today to give their opinions on these issues. Over to you, Mr. Dio.
Thank you, Yetunde. And what a week of news it was, from fuel scarcity to new Naira notes scarcity to the reappearance of COVID-19. Last week was a hectic week on the news front. Politics, of course, was not left out. There were the brickbats thrown at each other by the presidential candidates of APC and PDP, lawsuits seeking to disqualify, and petitions demanding arrest, anti-party suspensions and voluntary defections. The political sector was rife with intrigue, scheming, gamesmanship, and one-upmanship. Add to that the seeming must-do visit to Chatham House, and we have an election in the making. Well, D-Day is just slightly over 1 month away, so we can just imagine the vaudeville show that awaits us in the coming days. Go ahead and grab a bottle of Coca-Cola and some cabin biscuits, and armed with your PVC, claim a spot in the queue at your polling booth to play your part in what will likely be the definitive event in the trajectory of Nigeria's destiny in the 2020s. Joining me to take a look at the big stories that dominated the headlines last week is Olukemi Onabanjo. Olukemi is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. She has several years' experience as a chartered accountant and is currently a consultant in strategic human resources and business re-engineering. Olukemi currently makes her home on the island after growing up for over 25 years on Lagos mainland. We'll take a break, and when we come back, you will meet Olukemi and my other guests. Okay, Okay, welcome back. It's What's Your Take? And today, as I mentioned earlier, we are joined by Olukemi Onabanjo. Good morning, Olukemi. Thank you for joining us on What's Your Take today.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Also joining me to add breath to our discussion on the big stories of the past week is Prince Marcus Ogunshusi. Prince Ogunshusi is an entrepreneur. He prefers to be referred to as a trader. He's based in Magodo, Phase 2. Good morning, Prince. Thank you for joining us on What's Your Take today.
Good morning, fellow Nigerians. Thank you for having me on the show.
Very good.
It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you for joining us. Very good. So as we heard our newscaster Yetunde go through the list of the big stories of last week, let's take the one about the lingering fuel scarcity, because that has hit all of us where it hurts. And even this morning, just getting to the studio was a challenge for all three of us, as this issue of fuel scarcity, fuel queues, traffic, and there's also the intriguing aspect of the fact that we've now developed a parallel market in the fuel sector, to where there are some stations that are selling at a lower price, those who get it from the NNPC directly, and those who are getting from the private depots are selling at a higher price. And government in itself said last week that it has not raised any price. So what is the point of, since we've not removed the subsidy and we've not deregulated, how do you see, Kemi, what's your take on this notion of the fact that the government is saying it hasn't increased prices, but yet prices have increased all the way above board? Is government a toothless bulldog now in this issue of fuel?
Thank you. I don't feel they are, but I think the reality on ground is that individual marketers and major marketers all have their different pricing strategies, and all of them are playing out now. If you look at the value chain of bringing in diesel or petrol or aviation fuel into this country, there are a lot of players. There's the marketers, there's the logistics, there's the tanker drivers. It is so fragmented. And until you have a very, very efficient value chain from the beginning to the end, we're still going to continue to stumble on this. Added to this is there's no accountability. There's nobody being held responsible for when we have issues like this. Aviation fuel is hiccup, petrol is hiccup. We have filling stations now that are charging 250 naira. We have some charging 180 naira. In Port Harcourt, they're charging 600 naira, 700 naira. This is telling us that yes, they will deregulate soon. But it's scary because you're deregulating and there's still so much inconsistency in the value chain. We continue to wait and we continue to pray, but it is very, very worrisome. We don't know what has caused this recent 2 weeks chaos, because it has been chaotic, especially after Christmas. Depending on who you ask, they have different reasons.
Very good. Prince, do you think it's a coincidence? Looking at it from a conspiracy theory point of view now, for those who have conspiratorial minds, doesn't it look too coincidental that at the run-up to an election, we're having a lingering problem like this? Do you think there's sabotage involved? Do you think it's incompetence on the part of the government? Yes, in the recent past, there have been sporadic fuel scarcity problems, but none has been sustained extensively, at least in the last 7 years or so. We've had them off and on, come and go. But this particular one seems to have stretched for much longer than we've been used to in the recent past. Do you see this as possibly an intentional move by some people to either malign the party in power, sabotage the process, gain some advantage towards themselves in the coming election? Do you see something untoward or underhanded going on here?
Thank you very much for the question. For us as a people, I think there's so much tied to us when it comes to conspiracy theories. And I refer to us, some Nigerians, that they are the greatest conspiracy theorists in the world, because we are quick to add that to every issue. Now, what we have on ground that is happening right now, you can't take the players away from the issues, because most of the politicians have their hands in the oil and gas industry. They are, as a matter of fact, they're the biggest player in the sector. So if we want to align that, this could be the reason why we're having this unending fuel crisis. Because in the last 6.5 years, we've not had one that is this prolonged. We'll have a short one, maybe a week, and it will disappear. But this now, as we get closer to the election, it will look like it's going to go tomorrow when you wake up. you just discover that the queue are getting longer. So when you say, what do we have against the government? That is from the opposition part of you now. It's okay, let's present them before the electorate as being failed. Now, if they are failures, it is because the political parties, all of them are all but one. Those in government and those in the opposition. Because you never hear about Nigerian when we talk about Nigerian. You only hear about their interests. So these issues now is about, okay, the government is playing about, let's deregulate, let's commence a month after the election, after all the elections. That is, they are speculating April now. Okay, some of the players are saying, okay, let's make it impossible for them to even get there. Again now, let's see how much money we can quickly make before the regulation proper. There's another dimension to it now that it could even be tied to the opening of the Dangote refinery. That, okay, let's push it to the highest that we can. So that by the time the Dangote refinery come on stream, that they can begin to sell from the point of how much Nigerians now have accepted to pay for premium, which is a minimum liter of fuel. So if you look at the issues generally, you cannot detach the multi-dimension players to it. It's not just a problem of, initially when it started, they said it was a war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine was making vessels impossible to come over to Africa. But now we have discovered that the crisis in Nigeria had players actively ready to make sure that we don't get out of it very soon.
And the man in the street, the average Nigerian, is the one who bears the brunt of, as usual, is the man in the street who bears the brunt of whether you want to call them scheming, manipulations, shenanigans, however they may be. And that is quite unfortunate. But well, we hope that one way or another the issue is resolved very quickly, so that if they're going to remove the subsidy and deregulate, let's do it and get it done so we can go about our normal lives. I believe that the average, my take is that the average Nigerian won't mind paying as long as we can get the product. Yeah. But at this point, we just want products so that we can go about our daily lives.
We can run away from the regulation if it guarantees us availability.
Availability is
and
key.
Stressless product. Because when you have to leave your house each day, I've never done it. I've never get myself on the queue for 1 minute. I don't, because I don't have that patience. But each time I do come out and see people on the queue, I just said, look,
it breaks your heart.
This is time wasted.
It breaks your
heart. How can you leave your house, come queue on the queue? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. You have so many other things to do with your time. And you don't know the adage. I said, even if you don't have nothing doing, you sleep at home.
And thank you for that, Prince. And let's move on to the next issue that is hitting us in our pocketbooks, which is this issue of the new Naira. I don't know about you, and I don't know how it's working for you, but I do know that the banks are not giving out the Naira as easily as they should. The latest news that came out between yesterday and the day before was that we'll be able to exchange our old notes for new ones. But the bottom line is that there's still a scarcity of the new notes till today. Even the banks that are giving them out are rationing them. Now, CBN is saying it's not going to extend the deadline beyond the 31st. Now, market women, eateries, some petrol stations, they're not accepting the old notes anymore because they're all scared of the fact that come January 31, the money will go obsolete in their hands. How do we reconcile this gap between supply and demand of the new notes, Kemi?
I get worried when CBN threatens banks because they say that they have the product availability, they have the new notes there, and the banks are not picking it up. And the banks are like, how is this possible? What CBN is doing, really, they are the only ones that are empowered to do this. Yes, you can change a currency note, but we need to look at the time frame. You tell us there's 3.2 trillion in circulation, in money in circulation. You tell us 80% of it is outside the banking system. That's 2-point-something trillion. You tell us in 6 weeks you've only managed to maybe bring in 1-point-something trillion. Can we really use this 6 weeks to bring in all the Naira outside and exchange? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And the logistics of it and the fact that this is something that is affecting the entire country, one needs to just sit back and be careful. By the 31st of January, I honestly don't know what is going to happen. Fortunately, with those of us in urban areas, a lot of us are used to ATMs, so the reality is we did not have as much cash that we would have normally have had. But really, if you want us to move from a cash system to a system with alternate e-channels, there has to be timing and there has to be efficiency of these e-channels. The reality is right now a disputed transaction in a bank, they tell you your funds will be refunded in 7 working days. So it's a bit scary. There's a lot of the country that does not have banks. I can't remember, is it in Yobe? One of the states today even said, look, they don't have enough banks right now to deal with this. And so therefore, what can CBN do? That is my take.
Thank you, Kemi. Prince, what the concept behind redesigning the Naira and cash withdrawal limits that the CBN has come in of late, what do you think of the concept itself, the idea behind it that we should go cashless, that transactions need to be tracked when they're done electronically, we have more transparency about who has what, who is spending what, every electronic transfer leaves a footprint, an online footprint. So clearly CBN is trying to sanitize the financial sector. Do you think the motives are pure? Do you think that the country is ready for it? Do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the power, the networks, the online networks? I mean, the rural areas, for example, how will they be able to do seamless electronic transfers when they have sporadic internet service? So is Nigeria really ready for these radical changes from being a cash economy to becoming a cashless economy that the CBN is trying to force and make happen by force at this time? Are we ready for this?
I think as a people, we are not. You said, is it sincere? I could say, okay, maybe 75% the CBN could be sincere. They said they act, empower the CBN to do what they are doing now. They're supposed to do it over a certain period of years and withdraw the money in circulation and they change the face or remain completely, alternate the colors. But when you now come back again and want to do so many things at the same time, it's like trying to travel overseas. You don't have a passport, you've not gotten a visa, but you want to buy a traveling ticket. You need to take the process from the first, getting an international passport, applying to get a visa, before you come back and say, okay, let me buy my traveling ticket. Now, the CBN has about 3-4 different policies or programs modeled into one. In an election year, for a people who are illiterate in banking like we are, you know, because when we sit in the urban centers and say Nigeria is a wonderful place, we don't have any problem, it is because some of those people are forgetting that they are from villages. And our villages in Nigeria constitute the majority of our population. And that most of these people are disconnected. They are disconnected from reality. They don't know what we know in the urban centers. So when the CBN come and said the ATMs will get loaded with new currencies, those in the rural area, are they going to get the ATMs loaded with new currency when those of us in the urban centers don't even have the currency? So I think my take is that there's an agenda behind of this, either to make it impossible for certain players to have access to cash. Because for me, if you said you're doing mop-up and you want to mop up over 80% of the money circulation under some other people's bedroom, and yet up until now, you have just less than 10 days to go, and still you've not gotten more than half of what you claim you want to get. So what happened to the other half that you have not gotten? So for me, my take is that the CBN should listen to Nigerians. Everybody's feeling the pain. Do an extension. 6 months is not too much. You don't need to be in a hurry. Say, okay, let's do a gradual withdrawal. The UK had just done that. They just changed their currency with the new king, and they are giving the citizen 3 years to return the old currency. Nigeria is not matured enough. We don't have the sophistication. We don't even have the manpower to do what greater countries like the British economy are not doing. And we want to do it just in 2 months. I think I'm very sure that we're going to have an extension. We've traveled this part before, and I'm sure we'll get back there again.
Thank you, Prince. So in sum, essentially, we are looking at the CBN to extend the deadline to mitigate the effects and the impact of this currency redesign and cash withdrawal limits on Nigerians. Having said that, why don't we look at another issue that relates to cash, which is kidnapping. Big in the news in the last couple of weeks was the kidnapping of victims, passengers on the train in Edo State. And what we discovered was that the state government rallied around very quickly and was able to rescue those victims, and they said they didn't pay any ransom. Within a week or so, not only did they rescue all the victims, they also arrested some of the alleged perpetrators, including 2 village chiefs who supposedly gave succor and assistance to the kidnappers. So that is starting to look like a very positive sign in terms of finding the solution, a permanent solution to this kidnapping problem that we have faced up to this point in Nigeria. The Edo denouement, the way it ended, is giving great hope to the fact that maybe our security personnel and architecture have finally got a handle. Because all along we've always said that kidnappers are not spirits, they're not ghosts. They use telephones to call for ransom demands. They use petrol to fuel their bikes and their generators. They have to buy food for themselves and for the victims. So they have to interact with somebody somewhere to keep the supply chain going, but so far they seem to have stymied government efforts to bring them to book. So Edo seems to be a case in point, and it was done very well. Prince, how do you see this playing a role? And also the fact that the government said they didn't pay any ransom. As you know, ransom is the incentive for why kidnapping is carrying on. Although there's a dispute on that issue with one of the relatives saying they actually paid 2 million, so we're not really sure what is true. But looking back in time to how kidnapping has become a lucrative industry in Nigeria, do you see any hope from how Edo has played out?
Thank you very much. I think Edo is a signal to what we failed to do from the onset. What we failed to do from the onset was that we blanked our mind to believing that there cannot be a successful kidnapping if there's no collaboration within. And now, when it happens, we choose as a people, choosing to label a certain tribe as the only kidnappers that we have in Nigeria. So when it now happens, you look for the wrong, you look for the wrong criminal, leaving the main criminal the access to go, even if he's walking by you. Now, what happened in Edo was, okay, a few of those who felt cheated out of the settlement gave away those who were involved. So it made it a lot easier for the government of Edo and the security people to quickly nab those people, and they gave confessions. And the confession led to the hideout of the criminals. And that was what led to the quick rescue of the victims. So if we had played what they are playing out in Edo now, before in other states or in other regions of Nigeria, I am sure what we have today as kidnapping syndicate will not as big as it is. But because we choose to look a different direction and allow the criminals to do a free walk away. But now, Edo now is going to send a signal, maybe to the southern part of Nigeria, because what is happening in the northern part of Nigeria, excuse me, you cannot use the Edo issue to solve them. Those guys have become like warlords in the northern region. They've taken territories. They now force people to pay them taxes to go to their farms. They force the kings to vacate their stools and all of that. So if we look at Edo and say, okay, what did they do right? What they did right was that they kick the criminals right in their houses. Now, if it is possible for those guys who felt cheated not to have been cheated, we will not be saying what we're saying today. If everybody that was just like 419, sorry for fraudsters, having a deal, and some felt, okay, I contributed more using my brain, my laptop, my data, so I should take more from this, then you should take less. So a case in study was, I think, 3 young Nigerians who were involved in Yahoo. I think they got 21 million, and the guy said, oh, my MAGA had not paid, so I am going to give you this, and I'll give you this. The other girl and the other guy got to know later that their friend actually got 21 million, and they set him up for kidnap. The guy was kidnapped. It was in collecting ransom. They now got to know that these are fraudster syndicate. So cheating themselves out of the deal was what gave Edo away. And I'm sure if the security apparatus work that way, then we'll get better results.
Kemi, when the reports of Edo first came out, they said they were herdsmen. At one point, they even said they were Fulani. Then, when the arrests occurred and the names started coming out, we saw they were all locals. Yeah. Oh. And that seems to have even been what made it easier for the apprehension and the arrest to occur, was that there were people from that very area. So, all of a sudden now we've maligned an entire ethnic group that had nothing absolutely to do with this, and they've already been labeled because they've been stereotyped that kidnapping is by herders. Do you think that it is a fair representation to say that kidnapping has suddenly become a lucrative enterprise as engaged in by every single sector of the country, as opposed to the way we have narrowly pigeonholed it to one group? And how do you relate this to what happened in Edo in terms of the perpetrators, the people actually involved?
First of all, I must commend Edo State for the speed in which this was handled. It was handled with a not on my watch, zero tolerance approach. Secondly, as to whether a wrong set of people have been labeled, we don't know what happened. We don't know whether the perpetrators wore Fulani outfits to let people think that, look, there must be Fulani herdsmen. Honestly, we don't know. But I do believe that really the governor is the chief security officer of any state. Their security architecture and security framework must be all-encompassing. If you look at all the players right now, even in finding them, the traditional rulers, the hunters, the police, every layer of security honestly suddenly came out to find these people. And I honestly think if we have states that are doing that, where our security seems to be reactive. It's only when things like this happen, everybody runs around. Is there any state that can boast and say, look, our security detail is such that when this happens, before the end of the day, either from airtime, data, chatter, or so, or from checking the base stations, you would be able to see increased activity and know that something is afoot. As to whether we're labeling a part of the country or the other, the reality is there's excruciating poverty in the land. That's the reality. And I'm not making excuses, but poverty is causing people to do desperate and stupid things, all in the name of they want to feed. My colleague has spoken about the internet fraudsters. The kidnapping is sad because it could have been decisively dealt with at the beginning. And yes, efforts were made, but the efforts were not enough, such that it is now like an industry. And like you say, in the North, there are now players and rules of engagement and territories and all. We do hope that this is something that each of the states would deal with more decisively. I feel sorry for the rail industry because the rail industry is sort of crumbling to its knees. Now, nobody wants to go anywhere by train, whether it is southwest or north or nobody, because it's like, look, we are going to be exposed, and it is sad. It is sad. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kemi. It is sad indeed. And from what I hear you saying in terms of the states providing the security, that is starting to speak to state police, which speaks to restructuring, which is a very big issue in Nigeria today, which we will take up another day. But yes, indeed, definitely we are pleased that there is some advancement in this aspect, and that leads us to our next issue, which is a very big one. COVID is back. Or did COVID never leave? Did we just take our eyes off the ball for a minute? It was reported, as Yetunde mentioned in the news, that 42 new infections occurred in Nigeria in the previous week, and also in China. Apparently there's a new unknown flu. I think it might be a mutation of the coronavirus, and 3 Nigerians have died in China and 7 are critically ill. So initially when the story first broke, the federal government said, oh, we're not contemplating any restrictions in light of all of the stuff we suffered from the first lockdown. But as the number of infections begin to rise and people are starting to get sick again, the government is rethinking this. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, said over the weekend that the federal government is really seriously contemplating reintroducing some measures. Perhaps not a lockdown, but maybe asking things like face masks, like social distancing, like washing hands all over again. For those, Prince, who believe COVID was a scam from the beginning and just a way to make money, what does this say to the man in the street that all of a sudden, if it was a scam and they made their money and they were happy and they've moved on, why is it suddenly that we're seeing a resurgence again?
Yeah, thank you. I think COVID didn't leave us. COVID has remained in China since 2020. What has happened to us is we just choose to be indifferent. That because of the low fertility in Nigeria, that was why Nigerians just felt once we are black, the sun is shining, COVID cannot kill you. Now, COVID remained with the Chinese. They were the biggest, let me choose to use this word, exporter of COVID. But what we have done was pretend that it is gone. People are now getting to treat COVID as they treat malaria. Now using anti-malaria drugs to treat COVID, because it has now become so common, the symptoms of eye malaria and typhoid and that of COVID is the same.
It's just like the flu now.
So when you get it and you go to a lot of friends that I have treated COVID since after the lockdown. Now they go to the hospital, the symptoms, the doctor tells them the symptoms are this, you just get to stay at home for 3 days as you undergo your treatment, or you stay in the hospital while you undergo your treatment. So what we are having now is that the government are not suddenly waking up because Nigerians are just caution into the air. No regard again for the face mask. Nigerians in our usual way of always disregarding everything that had to do with her health until Nigerians had to wait to fall ill before they seek medical attention. So now the government is saying, I think we need to begin to wake up that COVID, you're still here. COVID never left. COVID never left. It will be impossible for for us to just wish that COVID has gone. So it's back now. It's always been here, but now it's creeping back to Nigeria. It's always, I have a few friends, not less than 5, who have undergone treatment in the last 12 or 16 months. So for us to not be thinking that it has left us since 2020 or since 2021, I think we're just deluding in illusion.
Thank you, Prince. Kemi, based on how our economy is now, can we afford, not even going to the extent of a lockdown, can we afford social distancing? Can we afford to start washing hands again? Can we afford to start buying face masks? Can our economy, we're still just recovering from the depredations of the first COVID pandemic effects. Can we so soon after afford to begin to have to face restrictions again? Is this something government should seriously consider?
I think that we can afford it because we have to look at what if we do not. The costs of not doing it is what we should compare to the costs of implementing it. And it is something that the private sector and the public sector will do. You have a lot of companies now that they adjusted their medical policy after COVID to include the things that they will do. I think for us, we just need for the government to continue to educate, It's up to each person, it's up to each home. How do you want to protect your husband, your wife, your kids? What activities do you want to do? Do you want to continue sanitizing? Do you want, when your kids go out, for them to use the mask? A lot of us have been empowered more than before. 2 years ago, we all didn't know what to do. But starting with the family, the establishment, the institution, the state, the government, we know the minimum steps to take. I'm not sure that we're ever going to have a lockdown. Even developed countries in the world, a lot of them were rioting, as in, look, they cannot afford a lockdown. But there are things that we ourselves can do. We know the basic things to do to take care of ourselves. And hopefully the impact in Nigeria, like we saw in 2020, will not be as much as the impact in other cold climates, where anytime there's winter and there's a flu, you have an upsurge in the COVID. But really, really, COVID is here, and now more worrisome, even kids. are catching COVID for this particular strain that we have right now. We continue to pray and continue to protect each and every one of our families and our offices.
Yes, and coming to think of it, how about vaccinations? All of a sudden, it seems like the entire vaccination exercise has just completely been abandoned. I remember that when we were at the height of the COVID fear, that vaccinations were an everyday thing, people were going, people were queuing, although there were some who didn't believe in it, but vaccinations actually played a major role. But that seems to have fallen by the wayside, as we generally do in Nigeria when we get complacent and relaxed about things. So perhaps it's a time for government to look into bringing back the notion of vaccinations for those who haven't had it yet.
All the vaccinations were always 70, 72% effective, 80%, so maybe it's a residual 20% that we are suffering now. They were never 100% effective.
Absolutely.
Never.
Because we know they were rushed to market because of the crisis situation at hand. And let's talk about our final story now, which for today, for this edition, which talks about politics again. You might have noticed the trend, as Yetunde mentioned, of our Nigerian politicians running to the UK, to this institution called Chatham House, which supposedly, quote unquote, is something similar to our Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Yeah. It's its equivalent in the UK. And there are some Nigerians who've been asking that why do we have to go to the UK? The people we're talking to in the UK are not going to vote in our elections. Even Nigerians in the diaspora don't even have the facility to vote yet, let alone non-Nigerians, British people. That what is so important that seems that we have to go to the UK for validation? Is it that we have an inferiority complex? Is it that we still have this colonial mentality that our colonial masters need to validate us as individuals? And what is even more worrisome is that one or two of those who've been going to Chatham House have refused to address our people here in this country and prefer to go and speak to foreign people who have no say whatsoever in Nigerian elections. So, Prince, let's let you take that. What do you think about this whole concept of going overseas to go and address foreign agencies or foreign organizations and begin to tell them your plans as a candidate for Nigeria if you are elected, knowing that these people don't have any say in the outcome of the election?
Thank you. I think for me, I never like valuations done outside the shores of Nigeria, valuating any African leader or any African country. We're Africans. We have gotten our independence years ago, so we should be allowed to run ourselves the way we want to run ourselves. That is, you're the father of a child does not mean you're going to dictate to that child from age 1 to age 50. When the child gets of age, he leaves your home and begins to run his own family. So now for us, I think the biggest problem of the average Nigerian politician is complex that breeds ego. You know, because if it is not your ego issue, why would you imagine that an institution in the UK is more superior than an institution in your country that you are going to pass the law or you're going to govern over? So why would you run to Chatham to talk to Nigerians from Britain? Some other people will say, when was the last time a British Prime Minister come to Nigeria and tell us the reason why he wants to be a Prime Minister? Or an American presidential candidate comes to Nigeria or come to an African country and tell us Africans the reason why he wants to become an American president for the benefit of African countries or African people. So for me, I don't see, and if you can't say that I will not attend a media event in Nigeria, I wouldn't attend any media event anywhere in the world. Let me talk to the people any which way I choose to, maybe in a stadium, in the marketplace, in a bus terminal, or on the streets. Okay, the media out of it for me, just like the former American president, Donald Trump, used to reject questions from the CNN journalists in the White House. He said, no, next question. You know, so for us, we can't travel that road. But the complex of the black mind, who still sees the white man as more superior. Some people will tell you, the British came here, they took us as slaves, and they're going to pay for it. And yet you want to go die in their country. You tell me because the infrastructures are better. We killed our infrastructures. The British people did not contribute to killing our infrastructures. If we have gained independence since 1960, that's 62 going 63 years ago, then by now we should be talking to ourselves that our country is better. No matter how bad it is, we're going to stay here and work it out. So I think the Chatham House thing cannot leave us. Because like I said, the biggest problem of an average Nigerian politician is complex and ego.
Thank you, Prince Kemi. Some people have said we live in a global village now, that the world is so interconnected that when a butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, it rains in Gambia, that the whole world is interrelated. Can you see a point of view that believes that you must engage internationally, and as a result, those who are going to Chatham House are already telegraphing the way they will interplay in global geopolitics? Can there be a basis extrapolated out of this Chatham Houseization of Nigerian politics if you look at a global perspective? Does that justify this trend?
It does justify. For me, I think that the Chatham House is just a world stage. There's nothing else. I don't believe that we seem to be going back for validation. I believe Chatham House has a reputation providing an independent, objective platform for seeking to deepen democracy. So politicians feel as if for them to be taken seriously, they must speak from the Chatham House platform. Our current president right now, before the elections, he went to Chatham House. After the elections, he went to Chatham House. For him, I don't know why, a lot of times they give more foreign interviews than local interviews. So I think we should ask our press, what is it about us that is not allowing all these candidates to want to come and use Nigeria as a world stage? What is it about us that is causing our politicians to go to the Chatham House stage? It's self-validation. Because I listened to a lot of the interviews. I would be more interested if they went and addressed the Nigerian British or Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, so that at the end of the discussion, you can say, candidate 1, 2, 3, these are the plans that you have for our country and your country. Then I can come back and say, that was a good discussion. But other than that, all the conversations is really just self-validation. I went, I was invited, I went. I really, if you go online, anybody can go to Chatham House. There's a process. You can even apply to be a Chatham House member. So, but for them, in their, not little, in their own understanding, they feel there's validation from saying it from a Chatham stage. We just pray that very soon we would be able to have that kind of validation, or we'll be able to have that faith in our own Nigerian infrastructure, such that they can, even if you invite Chatham to come, so let it be Chatham Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. It's more acceptable, but really, for them, they are touting their own personal horns, and they've gone, they've come back. Although there are some candidates that have not yet gone, and they're not the worst for wear. They're not.
Thank you. Perhaps our democracy will eventually evolve. We're still a work in progress, and so hopefully our democracy will evolve to the point where our candidates begin to feel that they have a local platform, that speaking here in Nigeria will give them the same sense of self-validation, self-worth, same sense of self-pride as they seem to be desperately seeking from foreign shores. And that's the much that we have for you today on this edition of What's Your Take. I want to thank my in-studio guests, Olukemi Onabanjo, thank you for joining us today. We've had great fun indeed. Prince Marcus Ogunshusi.
Thank you so very much. It's been a beautiful day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our audience, for having spent some time with us. So.
Yes, indeed. And to all of Nigeria, we say thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like, share, and follow, subscribe to this program on TV360, and we look forward to joining you again next Monday with a look at all of the stories that transpired during this week, and bring in some additional guests from among those of you out there who will give us their take on what happened this week. Thank you, and have a brilliant day.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks. Hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where's the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Won't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Thank you for joining us on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. The Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule says 37 persons have been buried following an airstrike that occurred in Doma, a community that connects Nasarawa and Benue states. The airstrike, which occurred on Tuesday, was said to have affected herders who were waiting to transport their cattle. Speaking during an interview on Thursday night, Sule said 37 persons have been buried, but added that a yet to be confirmed number of fatalities were also reportedly recorded in Benue. The governorship candidate of the National Rescue Movement in Adamawa State, Abba Aliyu, has died. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Afuye Olushola, announced the development in a statement on Thursday. The NRM candidate was said to have died on Wednesday. Of the ruling All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has accused the People's Democratic Party of sabotaging fuel supply in the country to blackmail the federal government. Pinning the blame on the main opposition party, Tinubu accused the PDP of creating queues for the product across Nigeria. He also accused the PDP of not fixing the country's power sector claiming the party squandered resources meant to handle such. And India has approved its first nasal COVID-19 vaccine made by Bharat Biotech. Incovac is administered in the form of drops and stimulates an immune response to the tissues that line the nasal cavity. Scientists say that nasal vaccines may offer added immunity in the lining of the nose and upper airways where COVID typically enters the body. In business, the federal government has said that the Niger Republic Rail Project would boost trade and other socio-economic interactions between both countries. The Minister of Transportation, Muazu Sambo, who made this known in Abuja, the signing of a memorandum of understanding of the project between Nigeria and the Republic of Niger, pointed out that the rail line, which will start from Kano State in Nigeria and end at Maradi in Niger Republic, will facilitate the realization of the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, to which Nigeria and Niger Republic are signatories. And U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says Washington would deepen its ties with African nations as she wound up a continental tour in South Africa. Yellen arrived after stops in Senegal and Zambia in a trip aimed at forging a new mutually beneficial economic strategy towards Africa. Speaking after visiting a Ford plant in Pretoria, Yellen said the U.S. will deepen its ties with Africa not for the short term but also for the long haul. And in sports, former Arsenal and Manchester City defender Kolo Toure has been sacked by Wigan after failing to win any of his 9 games in charge of the championship strugglers. Toure only agreed to a 3.5-year contract at Wigan on November 29, but his reign is already over. The Latics took just 2 points from Toure's 7 league matches with a 2-0 loss to Luton last weekend, leaving them bottom of the table, 4 points from safety. That's all on the newsroom. Join us at the top of the hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
In the news, Pastor Tunde Bakare says the politics of entitlement and elimination is bad for Nigeria and will only produce dictators. CBN governor has been quietly declared wanted by the DSS, says senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana. Catholic priest burnt alive in Niger State. I ask, who is in charge of Nigeria? Since the Islamic State of West African Province, ISWAP, eliminated the Boko Haram leader Shekau, Boko Haram activities have reduced. We thought we could breathe a sigh of relief, but rather than that, Nigerians are now faced with a new set of terrorists. Passengers were killed and kidnapped from a moving train on the Kaduna-Abuja route. Passengers were also kidnapped in a train station in Edo State. So rather than celebrate improvements in infrastructure, either newly constructed, resurrected, or just given a facelift, insecurity pales the efforts to almost non-existent. Oh, my Nigeria, who bewitched you? Father Isaac Achi is claimed to have survived the Christmas Day bombing of a church in Madala in 2011 that Boko Haram claimed responsibility for. What a matter, may he rest well. But I ask again, who is in charge of Nigeria? Ironic that President Buhari left the country for Mauritania to receive a peace award. Nigerian politics will humble you. Is Nigeria peaceful and secure, or the regular abductions of travelers on our highways is not the responsibility of government, whose primary duty is to secure lives and property? Who is in charge of Nigeria? I'm hoping that in the year 2023, Nigerian middle class, because they're extremely poor. 133 million of us are unable to help themselves, talk less of do right by voting wisely during our elections. I'm hoping that the middle class, who are poor and striving, will do the right thing by voting in a government that works for everyone and not just a few people. Have you collected your PVC? Well, I'm hoping that you do the right thing and ensure that you educate your neighbors on the right political logos for the parties they want to vote for. A lot of people do not even know the logos or the emblems of the parties that they're going to vote for. In 2023, there's no room for any mistakes. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will also succeed in 2023.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding and then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt, rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago. And there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down. The old building now came down and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, "Sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?"
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, "Bro, what are you even doing this for?" He said, "Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them." It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy to learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it will be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no media school,
one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We can all agree that being able to purchase fresh goods and getting it delivered fresh is a flex on an entirely different level. So the importance of logistics to our consumer lifestyle is undeniable. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On this episode, we'll see how ride-hailing turned logistics company GoCada is making the wishes of online shoppers come through by the services they offer.
You can get anything you want anytime using GoCada. You want something to be delivered, just GoCada. You want something else, you want to get some food, use GoCada. You want, in future, ride hailing is you want to take a ride, use GoCada. I'm Nikhil Goyal. I'm currently the CEO and President for GoCada.
The GoCada story is one of remarkable resilience. Once known as the biggest ride-hailing service provider in Lagos, GoCada took a major detour in June 2020 when the Lagos state government placed the ban on all the operations of motorcycles and tricycles in major parts of the state. As if that was not enough, a few months later, the company lost its founder. But instead of totally halting business and leaving thousands of their employees jobless, the Indian-owned company decided to take the plunge, and that decision eventually birthed GoCada Logistics Company.
In January 2020, the government put a ban on the ride-hailing business, right? And the business in Lagos is quite different from other parts of the world because out here the regulation requires you to have 200cc or higher bikes to ply on the major roadways, highways. So unlike other companies, we cannot just close down the business because we also have assets, bikes. But at the same time, at that time we had close to 1,000 riders we had on the road. If we leave or if we remove ourselves, that means we are leaving all those people without a job, right? They won't have any options to feed and all. So when the government put a ban, we were looking at options which are still open for us, which we can, where we can use bikes specifically. And when we went to the government, meet the government people, they also mentioned that we can still pivot into deliveries. So we got into the instant delivery space at that point. And from that time, in March, COVID happened across the period of across the world. So people were staying home. There was a huge requirement of essential services that need to be delivered.
Coincidentally, The GoKada rebranding happened at a time when the COVID-19 lockdown was imposed nationwide in Nigeria, and this left a huge requirement for instant delivery services, which was exactly the need GoKada could now meet conveniently. Through GoKada, customers could easily book services to get food, gadgets, and other items delivered safely from anywhere around Lagos.
You want something to be delivered now. You want something to be picked up, and within the next few minutes, a few hours, you want it to be delivered without any hassle, right? It doesn't want to go to a hub, it doesn't want to go to anywhere. So we pick from your place and we deliver where you want it to be. That's what the niche we started off. When we started it off, then we started realizing the different segments of customers who are using us. So there's a huge segment of customers using us for food deliveries because people want food to be delivered hot, right? A huge segment of electronics segment because it's costly. They want it to be secure, safe, reaching anywhere. Documentation. You can look at clothing market. We have riders across Lagos. It's as easy as booking an Uber for yourself. You can find a rider within the next couple of minutes. Someone will come, pick up your parcel and deliver where you want to be. So that was the model that we gave to the customers, that they have the confidence of having a rider at their fingertips and the feeling of a rider which will deliver for them. Then we started looking at what are the items that are moving, and that gave at that point to one of the services that we called G-Shop at that time, but which we translated into G-Food, which was more about we looked at the food on the entire thing is high. Like the number of customers who are using us for food deliveries are the majority of our customers. So what we realized is how can we make this life or make this process more easy? Because if you think of food, a customer still has to call the merchant still has to book a rider, and all of this has to happen. And we are looking at how do we cut down the process steps involved. So what we did was we started reaching out to these merchants and we put them on our platform, in which now a customer can directly go to the platform, book like what he wants. Automatically the system will make sure to notify the merchant, automatically the system will assign a rider, and the process continues. And for the customer it becomes easy because now he can track each and every step in a much easier manner.
It was as though the logistics market was waiting for GoKada to come on board. In just 15 months of operating as a logistics company, the startup now has one of the largest fleets of delivery drivers in Lagos and empowers over 30,000 Nigerian businesses to help them serve their customers. With this, aside from helping their partners grow, they are also making impacts in people's lives as well as oiling the wheels of Nigerian economy.
Recently, we completed more than 1 million deliveries in Lagos, right? That was a huge achievement for us because when we didn't know where the business is going, and now we are looking back and now we know that, hey, we are actually trying to make a change. We have been able to add more than 1,000 riders on the road, right? We continuously keep on adding more and more jobs, and that makes us happy because now we're actually able to make some impact on people's lives. We have more than 30,000 merchants who are actually using GoKada for the deliveries, right, on a weekly or daily basis across Lagos, right? We have been able to work with our partners or merchants from the time they started off. We have been able to work with them as they also grew in their journey, right? I've seen how those merchants also have grown with us and they have been able to double or triple their businesses when they were working with GoKada. We are EBITDA positive. That means as a company, we know how to manage our resources. We are making money so that we can control our operational challenges and all, right? So that puts us in the spot in which we're not just running like a startup in which we are shelling out the money, but at the same time making sure we are being efficient about it, we are being responsible about it.
However, regardless of the vigor the GoKada team is pouring into the business, the road definitely has its own bumps. The informal nature of delivery services, customers' paranoia, and other insufficiencies challenge the business. But for GoKada team, all of the challenges seem like stepping stones to success. In the past few months, the company has recorded great exponential growth and recently launched its super app, which allows customers to access food delivery, e-commerce, and ride-hailing services all at once.
There's a huge informal segment of deliveries out there, right? Delivery companies which are existing. Probably they might have a single or a double-digit bikes most of the times. So they might look at providing service in certain areas or to certain people. But if you have to look at Lagosians in a way, right? They want the service in which they can get the service anytime where they want. So that was one of the factors for us. Second, the confidence they need. They don't want to be in a place in which they have booked a rider and they don't know where the rider is. They're constantly calling the rider to know what happened, where's the delivery, when are we getting the delivery, right? We tried to solve that via tech. Another thing that happened is we made sure that we have all the documentation required. all the any kind of documentation, licenses, permissions required, so that our riders can move freely. This ensures that our riders don't get into troubles with agencies. Right? This is important because we have to follow the rules, and we are making sure that we follow all the checklists by the government. So then when the customers have this confidence that they're moving their goods via GoCarda, they know they are not going to get stuck. Their items are not going to get destroyed or lost or stolen. So all these things combined helped us place at a segment in a very different spot compared to any other of these informal players or other formal players. We realized we were giving customers a scientific option. And when we realized our data and we worked on let's build food on top of it, now we can create some different apps for the customers if we want. We can create a app for ride, we can create an app for send, for shop, for food and all. But as a customer, you don't want to have so many different apps on your phone, right? As a customer, what you want is how can we make your life easier? And also the customers across these segments are similar, right? So when we were doing the ride hailing, those were the customers who were using us for ride. They were the same kind of customers who were using us for send. They are the similar kind of customers who are ordering food on our platform. So what we wanted was how can we make sure that we can combine all these services into one app which makes the life easy for customers. And that's what the idea was. We can take this app, go to any part of Nigeria, or if we want to go outside Nigeria also, and keep on adding these simple options for the customers so that within one simple GoCarda, they can get what they want. They want to order a ride, they can. They want to go get a delivery done, they can. They want to order the food, they can. They want to buy something else, they can.
For now, the company has created a huge presence in Lagos and it's looking to expand its services across other cities as well as improving on its services among other future plans.
Expansion has been on the plans, right? How do we want to, like, if you look at it, GoCarda has been in Lagos so far, right? And the reason for that has been focus, right? We could have done so many things, but we wanted to make sure that we do one thing and we do one thing good. But now we have come to a point in which we also realize that we have control over certain things. Now we can start building up. So that's why it will happen in two sides, one on the verticals and second on expansion. In a couple of years, we want to see if we are changing life for 1,000 riders as of now. Can we go and change life for hundreds of thousands of these riders across? That's going to be one of the things. If I'm looking at hundreds of thousands of riders, that means I have to take care of at least millions of customers who will be impacted with that. It can be in Nigeria. It can be outside Nigeria also, right? Nigeria is always going to be the base for GoCarda. That's where it started off. Without it, nothing happened. But in the next couple of years, these are going to be the ideas, like, and basis of where we go or what we do, we'll look at what services we want to do. For now, ideas about having ride, send, food and shop. But in future, if we realize there is other service that requires, that we feel like, hey, there's actually a need for it, then we will go and present for that. But until then, we can just keep growing into these 4 verticals across.
The logistics and supply chain sector is one of the fastest growing industries in Nigeria. According to the Logistics and Supply Chain Industry Report, the sector is valued to be over $50 billion. And with companies like GoCarda leading the sector, Nigeria's economy is set to witness better days.
Impressive, right? Anyways, statistics provided by the Lagos State government shows that over 12 million people use public transportation daily in Lagos. Now, the hassle involved in using public transportation is almost like a nightmare, and it's even worse with Lagos' exploding population. Well, to make things easy, there's plenty waka to the rescue.
It made no sense to pay the same amount you pay if you got into a regular yellow bus in Lagos with no AC, in a very bad state. You're paying the same fare or even less to get into a brand new air-conditioned bus where you didn't have to struggle to get your seat. So that mindset shift was what drove a lot of people to Plenty Waka. My name is Onyeka Akuma, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Plenty Waka.
Beyond its reputation as the second largest city in Africa, Lagos is well known for its unique transportation system. With its vibrant colors of yellow and black, the popular Danfo buses are hard to miss on any major or inner roads. But these buses are a far cry from the standard required of any large city like Lagos. From leaking roofs to bus kidnappings, popularly known as one chance, these buses, though nostalgic, portend a level of danger to residents. Onyeka is one of many who do not have good stories to tell about the popular transportation system. In his words, it was a nightmare.
I took an adventure trip on, I think it was 16th of January that same year, 2019, and wanted to experience all forms of transportation in Lagos. The entrepreneurs had to go through to get to meet their meetings, to get to meet appointments. So I took 2 bikes, I took a boat. I flew into the country that day from a trip outside in Qatar. And so it's like, today I took a bike, 2 bikes actually. I took a boat, I flew, and now I'm taking a bus. But the shocking thing was that taking the bus was the scariest thing for me. Even when taking the boat ride is something that used to make me really scared, because I don't know how to swim, although we had our life jackets on. I'm not really a great swimmer, but taking that bus ride made me see the state of buses and transportation in general in the country, and what people had to go through on a daily basis, and I wanted it to get better.
But what sets Onyeka apart is his determination to create a change in the system. Armed with insights from his other businesses, the entrepreneur began Plenty Waka, an e-hailing bus company in Lagos, whose sole objective is to bring comfort and ease to the transportation system in Nigeria's commercial hub.
I assembled my team, and my co-founders, Johnny Edna, was the first person I spoke to about the idea 24 hours after he was in my house. We were talking through it, and we came up with a name, and we're like, okay, we have to build something to change how people commute on a daily basis in Lagos, starting with Lagos. And then later on, John Shaibu joined, and then Afolabi Oluseyi joined. Together we built Plenty Waka into an app, which is now like an Uber for buses app that allows everyday commuters to now order for their bus trip. You just go on the Apple Store, or you go on the Android Play Store, and you search for Plenty Waka. When you search for Plenty Waka, you see the Plenty Waka app. Download the app, and immediately it will ask you some questions about it. To ask you for your email, so you register an email and a phone number. Those are the 2 most important things we want, and then you register your name. Now, you can order for a city-to-city service by including your pickup and your drop-off destination, and then order for the date. But at the point of making the purchase of the ticket happen, you need to now include either your payment card or you fund your wallet. But on the in-city service, you would immediately need to fund your wallet in order to get the service rolling. The first 20 buses, we bought them, and that was the only time we had to buy vehicles, because it wasn't easy convincing people to bring their vehicles. I mean, now we have a fleet of about 280 vehicles on the platform. But initially when we started, we had to buy the first 20. And in buying the first 20, we were able to brand them Plenty Waka. Although that confused some people, they thought it was a staff bus for a company called Plenty Waka. But we started doing a lot around pushing people with, we started showing testimonials of people that had experienced Plenty Waka. So people were talking to people about it, and people were referring other people to use the service.
Nation. And with Plenty Waka, you can even go from one city to another.
So now, rather than going to the bus stop to struggle for a seat, or rather than getting into that particular bus stop and you get on a bus and you're sweaty and you're not sure about your safety in the bus. You can't even bring out your laptop to work in the bus. Now people are able to book on that mobile app and have predictable travel time. It tells you when the bus will get to your bus stop. It reserves a seat for you once you've paid for it. The bus gets to your bus stop at the time it's scheduled, and then you get on the bus, and then you just scan your QR code and get in, and at the point of exit you do the same and exit. So that's in simple terms what the app now does, allowing people to commute from bus stop to bus stop. Just recently we've also added another feature that allows people to travel from city to city. We've extended our services to 16 cities across the country, and so what we're doing now is aggregating bus operators to bring their fleet and their inventory of buses on our platform, and then you can now order for say I want to go from here to Delta, I want to go from here to Rivers. I go on the app and I'm able to order for that trip, pick my dates, pick my travel time, and it shows me several bus operators that are going to that destination. I can select my seat and I can pick which one I want to go with and pay. And then when I get to the bus park, I just show them my QR code and I get in on the bus and I leave.
When Lagosians discovered they could get convenient transportation for a reasonable fee, they wasted no time in jumping at the opportunity. In the first 6 months of operation, Plenty Waka had transported over 100,000 passengers with its fleet of about 280 vehicles.
People started seeing, so it made no sense to pay the same amount you pay if you got into a regular yellow bus in Lagos. With no AC, in a very bad state. You're paying the same fare or even less to get into a brand new air-conditioned bus where you didn't have to struggle to get your seat. So that mindset shift was what drove a lot of people to Plenty Waka, because people were like, why would I pay more? I'm paying more and getting into this rickety bus as against this man is paying less and see how he's moving like a king. And so that quality of service was driving customers to our platform. We did a lot around marketing in the first 6 months. So we branded the buses, we told people about the service, we tried to push people to download the app. But after COVID, we actually literally stopped marketing until maybe in the last 2 weeks that we then did that again to tell people we started city service. So for about 1 year, we had zero budget in marketing, and the platform continued to have tremendous growth. So it was more of word of mouth. It was more of experience it and tell someone, and that's like growing our brand across the country.
Interacting with regulators in the transportation industry and changing orientation of drivers were the initial challenges Plenty Waka had to deal with, but with time, they soon overcome the challenges.
How do you deal with the regulators in the space? The regulators are both the structured regulator and the unstructured regulator. The unstructured one is the one you meet at the bus stop. The structured one is state government, is the Ministry of Transportation. How do you deal with them? And so very quickly we had to build relationships with all form of regulators and all form of stakeholders in the transportation sector. It wasn't easy for them understanding our model initially, but eventually they started getting it, especially when they kept on hearing the Uber for buses or the app that puts you in a bus, so we started building some very good rapport with whether state governments or regulators or the ministries. So that helped, because early on it was a bit of a challenge. The second thing was in managing our drivers, we had to institute something we call vehicle assistants to coordinate how the drivers handle their driving, and then the vehicle assistants manage the customers that were coming on the buses. It wasn't easy to just get people to change their ways to do things properly. A driver gets to a traffic light, he sees the light is yellow, he wants to beat the light. He doesn't, and you have all sorts of issues around the way people drove around cities like Lagos. So we had to go through do a lot of training. Literally every week for about a period of 3 months, we're training our drivers, we're training our vehicle assistants, making them understand best practices, and we're very firm. So in cases where they go against the plan, they go against what we've told them to do, if we have to let them go, we'll let them go. So that was a challenge. 3 was getting bus operators to understand that they can make money through us using this model was a bit of a challenge as well. So that was why we had to own asset initially and had to acquire the first set of buses on the platform. There's also the challenge around network access. It's not everywhere you can go to the country and have the kind of network you have in Lagos. So that limits how much you can do with real-time, on-demand ride-hailing service. So we've had to find our ways around dealing with those kind of issues.
In 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic hit the world and movements were restricted, Plenty Waka had to devise another means to generate funds. It soon turned into a logistics company delivering goods.
By then COVID struck, our 6th month was 16th of March, and everybody had to go into lockdown because of the pandemic in last year. So that slowed our operations down. And then within those 3 months, we were looking for how to make money because we were struggling to survive. It didn't take a while before we took out all the seats from the bus and started moving food items. When you can't move people, you move food items. So we just wanted money to come into the system. So we did that for a bit, and then eventually, when people started moving again across cities, we then started, we put our seats back again and started moving people.
Since 2019, when the e-hailing company began operations, it has continued to record accelerating growth. Oyeka says this is a result of unrelenting efforts of his team of 30.
Getting to March 16th, 2020, when we hit 100,000, we had moved 100,000 people in a city like Lagos. That was a huge milestone for us. We celebrated it well. The next was in August when we got on new investors into Plenty Waka and raised our first pre-seed funding of $300,000. That helped us to sustain the business through the pandemic period. And then September of that year, we hit 200,000 riders on our platform. So within a year, we had moved 200,000 people. We're excited about that. A month later, we signed a partnership with Innocent Vehicles, and that was a good one for us, a 5-year deal. And then thereafter, thereafter hitting 300,000 riders in another 6 months from there was notable for us, which was just March this year. And then having to get selected into Techstars Toronto, where Techstars was going to invest in Plenty Waka, and then beyond investing in Plenty Waka was going to get us into Canada to go through that accelerator program. I think that was a very notable one for us, and it's now, I think that's where we find ourselves today. The team is a team of 30, and I'm excited about everybody that's responsible for building the technology and owning this brand in Nigeria.
Plenty Waka's future projections is to be the biggest ride-hailing services in Nigeria and to also expand its services to other countries.
This year, we want to sign on about 1,000 buses. Within the next 12 months, we want to make sure we have about 1,000 buses on Plenty Waka from different bus operators. We also have a milestone to replicate this model. So we want to make sure that when you order on the Plenty Waka app, it can get a bus to anywhere in Nigeria in the next 12 months. That's something we want to take care of. Currently, we're moving people to 16 cities. We want to move them to every state in the country using the bus operators we're working with. We want to also be able to replicate this model in maybe 1 or 2 other countries within the next 12 months. So we're very aggressive about that.
With a population of about 17.5 million people and with more trooping in from different parts of the country, Lagos has less buses to transport its teeming population. But with startups like Plenty Waka, the face of transportation in the metropolis is beginning to experience meaningful transformations.
You'll agree with me that these entrepreneurs are definitely onto something great. Anyways, that's all on the program today. I am Abisola Adebayo.
Thank you for joining us on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. The Nasarawa State Governor Abdullahi Sule says 37 persons have been buried following an airstrike that occurred in Doma, a community that connects Nasarawa and Benue states. The airstrike, which occurred on Tuesday, was said to have affected herders who were waiting to transport their cattle. Speaking during an interview on Thursday night, Sule said 37 persons have been buried, but added that a yet to be confirmed number of fatalities were also reportedly recorded in Benue. The governorship candidate of the National Rescue Movement in Adamawa State, Abba Aliyu, has died. The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Afuye Olushola, announced the development in a statement on Thursday. The NRM candidate was said to have died on Wednesday. And the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has accused the People's Democratic Party of sabotaging fuel supply in the country to blackmail the federal government. Pinning the blame on the main opposition party, Tinubu accused the PDP of creating queues for the product across Nigeria. He also accused the PDP of not fixing the country's power sector, claiming the party squandered resources meant to handle such. And India has approved its first nasal COVID-19 vaccine made by Bharat Biotech. Incovac is administered in the form of drops and stimulates an immune response to the tissues that line the nasal cavity. Scientists say that nasal vaccines may offer added immunity in the lining of the nose and upper airways where COVID typically enters the body. In business, the federal government has said that the Niger Republic Rail Project would boost trade and other socio-economic interactions between both countries. The Minister of Transportation, Muazu Sambo, who made this known in Abuja, the signing of a memorandum of understanding of the project between Nigeria and the Republic of Niger, pointed out that the rail line, which will start from Kano State in Nigeria and end at Maradi in Niger Republic, will facilitate the realization of the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, to which Nigeria and Niger Republic are signatories. And U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says Washington would deepen its ties with African nations as she wound up a continental tour in South Africa. Yellen arrived after stops in Senegal and Zambia in a trip aimed at forging a new mutually beneficial economic strategy towards Africa. Speaking after visiting a Ford plant in Pretoria, Yellen said the U.S. will deepen its ties with Africa not for the short term but also for the long haul. And in sports, former Arsenal and Manchester City defender Kolo Toure has been sacked by Wigan after failing to win any of his 9 games in charge of the championship strugglers. Toure only agreed to a 3.5-year contract at Wigan on November 29, but his reign is already over. The Latics took just 2 points from Toure's 7 league matches with a 2-0 loss to Luton last weekend, leaving them bottom of the table, 4 points from safety. That's all on the newsroom. Join us at the top of the hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be history, one vote woman, and
the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. There's no question that Nigeria has recorded enormous success in the fight against the Boko Haram insurgency in the past 5 years or so. Today, even though the insurgency is not completely dead, the insurgents have been largely decimated. They no longer actually have the capacity to carry out daring attacks and hold on to territory like they used to in the past. Now, thousands of the insurgents have surrendered to the military and continue to do so. IDP camps have been closed one after the other and people have been resettled back to their homes. But the success against the Boko Haram insurgency has come at an enormous cost, both in human and material resources. Thousands have lost their lives in the insurgency, sadly. And talking about the material cost, recently, President Muhammadu Buhari earlier in the week revealed that this government has spent $1 billion so far to acquire weapons to carry out sustained operations against the insurgency since 2015. Now, that is the amount of money spent on weapons alone. We're not talking about other expenses. This is, of course, excluding what the previous government spent in fighting the insurgency as well. According to the president, on assumption of office in 2015, Boko Haram held about 2/3 of Borno State, half of Yobe State, and a couple of local government areas in Adamawa State. He said through the military operations, Nigeria has been able to retrieve territories now seized by the Boko Haram terrorists, adding that Nigeria will continue to engage partners to comprehensively win the war against the Boko Haram insurgency and other related terror groups through kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. Joining me now to discuss the cost of the insurgency further, especially on Nigeria, is the chairman of HEDA Resource Center, Lanre Suraj. Lanre, thank you very much for joining us on the program. When you hear the president say so far, since this government came to power, that it has spent $1 billion just to buy weapons alone to fight this insurgency, what do you make of that?
What I would make of that is the fact that we have also, to a very large extent, glamorized just mere statements making in terms of providing accountability. And unfortunately, the insecurity situation and the budget for security has become a kind of a cesspool for so many forms of corruption. And unfortunately, that this government was not totally free from those allegations and also culpability. If you look at especially the service chiefs that were removed before the current one that also got into office, part of which was where you would have an immediate, chief of staff running for governor in Bauchi State, chief of air staff, including what that will be the cost of anybody running for governor in this country. You have what was also recovered from someone associated with the former chief of army staff, Buratai, by the ICPC, where the guy was arrested. Bulletproof vehicles were also recovered, and some large sums of foreign currency. So unfortunately, the National Assembly has also not been up and doing sufficiently enough to hold the security apparatus and the same thing at the military chief to account, and that is where the challenge is. But when you want to look at it critically, like you have said, with the amount that is just been mentioned by the president compared to what was spent by the previous government, and when you now compare that again, I think what we have on record was way beyond about $5 billion that was spent under the previous government, and we had, even with that amount, Boko Haram, taking over local governments and some states, to the extent that the chief of defense staff at the time had his house invaded by the Boko Haram, had to also evacuate his family from Adamawa State. And that, compared to what we have now, I think we can still be talking about some measure of value for money. But that is not totally where we want to be in terms of accountability for what we spend on security. And also for me, it will be enough for Nigerians and those who would also sometimes, in terms of, without realizing it, subtly encouraging some of these characters who are involved with insurgency, with insecurity, with kidnapping, with breakdown of law and order, including even in the southeast, to understand how much we're losing at the expense of some of these insecurity situations.
Because I can just imagine, say for instance, let's even take this $1 billion we're talking about now. Imagine what difference the $1 billion would have made if that money was spent on, say, development projects, for instance.
Now, even if that is plowed enough to our university lecturers who are perpetually on strike, you can imagine what we would have had in the educational system. And that obviously won't be a situation where we would have the lecturers going on strike. I mean, $1 billion is, even at the official rate, over 400, almost 450 billion naira is what has just been said. Even for us to use that in providing security support for the police, for appropriate and adequate policing of our system, the petty stealing, the petty robbery, and the rest of that possibly won't be the situation, because the police will be more motivated, there will be more equipment and also support for them to actually work. And that is not also to compare what that would do in terms of providing health services for the people and also the country, or rebuilding some of our roads that are collapsed over the years. And I think it is not just only about the government. It is more critically and more importantly about some of us and also what we do.
And, absolutely. Now, you did talk about accountability, and that is quite important. But why is it so difficult? So difficult to you know, to say, should I say, audit what is spent, for instance, by the military, what has been spent on this war? Because just as you said, this is just the president now saying, this is how much was spent, $1 billion. We're not talking, you just talked about the previous government, and we know what the previous government would have spent would be in excess of that. But why is it so difficult to audit and account for what is spent on the Nigerian, especially when it comes to issues of security? Why is it so difficult? Because I'm asking this question in light of this issue we call the security vote as well, where we understand there's usually no accountability for it, for how the money is spent.
I mean, because accountability is not part of our virtues again anymore in the country. It's very simple and straight. I mean, it's very easy for people to start pointing fingers, but that is not the situation. The situation currently is that we don't practice, we don't believe, and we don't even promote, accountability. Go to the National Assembly. It's just a function of providing that you're able to give back to those who are expected to do that, then to do the oversight function of promoting accountability and transparency, then you're good to go. I mean, you can steal as much as you can, as you want, and that's why many of the ministers and the service chiefs are getting away with blue murder, and everybody is seeing that for you to easily escape the prying eyes of the assembly is the ability for you to get across some of the pegs to those of them in the chamber. I mean, so that completely has totally failed. Go to the judiciary. People who are convicted or even having weighty allegations of corruption, overwhelming evidence against them, are even freed by the judiciary. Some of the judges that are accused of corruption that were suspended. You saw what happened recently with the former judge of the Federal High Court, Ajumogobia, the same thing to Ndangiwa. These were judges that were indicted of misconduct, of corruption on the bench, and the judiciary have found them and returned them back to the bench to go and start presiding over cases. And when you also come to the ordinary citizens, we're also looking for an opportunity. Many of average Nigerians are just aspirants to the opportunity. So we don't query. Like I said, look at what happened with the APC candidate for Bauchi State, who was the former chief of air staff. Nobody is asking. You were a public officer, and now you want to be governor, and you have that level of resources to dispense, for you to be governor. How did you get to that? I'm not seeing that in the media. Nobody's asking that. level of question. I mean, even the law enforcement agencies and the anti-corruption agencies should have also, without being prompted, made that a case for them to investigate and check. But who is going to do that? I mean, for us already, it's been there. It has entitlement to those resources. Even if it doesn't say it, the people, if it doesn't get...
The question is, the question now is there an unwritten rule that money is meant for security cannot be accounted for?
Oh, it is almost like an unwritten rule. That is what I was going to go to the state governments. You have state governors who are getting an average, on the average of about 1.something billion on a monthly basis as security votes in this country. And you don't have anything. So even some of them, they would have to promote insecurity in the system in their states to allow them for justification for collection of that security. But the houses of assembly, I mean, everybody knows in Nigeria, we don't have any house of assembly that is in any way interested in promoting any form of accountability in any of the states. It's just the governor. They are usually in the pockets of the governors, and the ones that are not are also getting a fair share of the cake, from the state. So there is more or less an unwritten rule that the security votes, the security expenditure are not subject of any form of accountability, transparency, or even, public scrutiny. So it is becoming almost like the norm already now that you're not going to get anything.
So what do you think needs to change? What do we need to do to change that? What needs to happen?
Immediately that needs to change is our mindset, is our perception of, our public officers. It's about raising questions. And I have said it clearly over time, and I will reiterate it. Politicians will not change our situation and system. It is the people, it is the media, it is the civil society, it is the citizens that will change it. I mean, the politicians are usually always benefiting from the rot in the system. It is not only in Nigeria, it is the same thing all over the world, but other people are rising up to challenge the status quo. The people are also voting those that they can hold accountable into office, and not the ones that are going to be potential demigods when they get into office. So the mindset of the people about public funds, public resources, public utilities would have to change. And the same thing goes to when we vandalize, public utilities and public assets and public resources. That is also the same thing that applies to those who are in public office. You are not different if you are stealing, the railings of the bridges and the rest of that. You're not almost the same thing with the corrupt public official. That mindset would need to change. And what also needs to happen is that the civil society and the media needs to start holding even our parliamentarians accountable. And the same thing goes to the judiciary. We can't afford to have such compromise, arms of government when we want any change to happen in the system. Without those two arms rising up to the challenge, understanding the importance of their work, and at the same time holding accountable the executive, it's going to be difficult to have any change in the system.
Well, I mean, on paper, you would say that the law is specifically, the law is quite clear. For instance, members of the National Assembly are supposed to carry out oversight functions, not, on the executive, even on the military. You have committees now, various committees now that should oversee the military. And the reason for that is to ensure that budgeted amounts are spent on what they're supposed, what they were actually budgeted for. Why do you think it's always difficult for these oversight functions now to be carried out properly? And then, year in, year out, when it comes to budgeting, you see almost the same line of budgeting. I mean, the same subheads, if you like. So what you budgeted for last year, you see it appearing in the budget of, the following year.
Yeah, I mean, it starts from the appointment and confirmation of some of the appointed service chiefs. So when they go to the National Assembly, you go and check the screening of the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, of these appointees, and then you will tell clearly that the National Assembly currently, as it is constituted, particularly the Senate even worse, is more or less like a rubber stamp when it comes to those situations. So the chief of staffs already assumed that status, both in their minds and in operation, that there is no basis for accountability. And
you
so,
mean the service chiefs?
The service chiefs, yeah. So when they are called to even defend their budget, you are not even there to see what the budget defense is all about, except the recent one where we saw the interesting macabre dance of where some amount of money, you know, the level of the situation has gone terribly bad, such that the budget padding is not even limited to recurrent and also some obscure agencies. It's gone even to the Ministry of Defense, where some amounts found their way from nowhere into the defense budget for consideration by the National Assembly, which actually did not emerge both from the from the military or even from the presidency. So the situation is almost near total collapse in terms of accountability and scrutiny. And when the people are already compromised, it becomes extremely difficult for you to challenge, you know, the status quo. When you've also shown your lack of independence, like we're seeing with the National Assembly, then people don't get to take them seriously. So they can summon some of those service chiefs, you know, directors and civil servants, and they ignore or discountenance the summon of the National Assembly. And it's a function of how you present yourself that you're just being accepted by those who are expected to respect you and operate under your guidance.
But in the final analysis, this insurgency is costing Nigeria so much. And if the insurgency is costing us so much, then I can imagine, you know, what the cost is to us on even all the security challenges that we're dealing with, whether it's kidnapping, whether it's the crisis in, I mean, the banditry you have, the problem in the southeast and all of that. So the point is we need to come to the realization that, look, this is costing us so much.
We need to actually also move our focus from the federal government to the states. I mean, we need to know what is it costing each of our states for the so-called response to security, which includes the security votes, the support to the police, because it's very convenient for quite a number of the governors to continue pretending to support the police, in addition to the national budget that goes to the police. Have we justified the amount going to the police? Do we have sufficient, you know, accountability coming from what is going to the police from the federal allocation, in addition to now what the states are complementing? So, because sometimes you just see dual, multiple, fictitious support emerging from the states without even accountability from the federal. And that is not the way to go with security. This is why, for me, we have the excessive state of insecurity in the country. The governors, the local government chairmen get security votes, but we don't have justification for those votes. And we don't have any evidence with the state of insecurity in the country.
And that's quite true, because we seem to forget sometimes that local government chairmen too are supposed to get security votes.
Not supposed they get security votes. Not supposed. I mean, some of the speakers of the parliament are also getting security votes now. So it's becoming just the trend for lack of accountability on the part of the public officers.
Lanre Suraj, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for talking to us.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Now, Nigeria has joined Ethiopia, India, Yemen, Indonesia, and Pakistan on the list of countries with reported cases of diphtheria, a serious bacterial infection caused by a bacterium that affects the nose, throat, and sometimes skin of an individual. The diphtheria outbreak first occurred from February to November 2011 in Kimba village and its surrounding settlements now in Borno State, northeast Nigeria. But fast forward to Friday, January 20th, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced it had responded to reports of diphtheria cases in Lagos and Kano states and is monitoring the situation in Osun and Yobe states where cases have also been reported. The NCDC disclosed this in a public health advisory signed by its Director General Ifedayo Adetifa amidst the outbreak of the disease in the country. So far, at least 25 persons, mostly children, have died as a result of the diphtheria disease outbreak in Kano State, northwest Nigeria. The NCDC says in addition to clinically suspected cases, there have also been laboratory confirmed cases, and it is working with state ministries of health and partners to enhance surveillance and response to the outbreak. In light of this development, the health agency has advised healthcare workers to maintain a high index of suspicion for diphtheria and that individuals with signs and symptoms suggestive of the disease should isolate themselves and notify their local health authorities. The symptoms of the disease have been identified to include fever, red eyes, runny nose, sore throat, cough, neck swelling, and in severe cases, thick gray and white patch on the tonsils or the back of the throat and associated with difficulty breathing. To shed more light on the disease, I'm now being joined by the chairman, Chidikon Medical Center, and public health expert, Dr. Philip Njamanze, who is also a professor, by the way. Doc, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Could you just help to shed more light on this disease? Why are we having this outbreak now?
Well, diphtheria has always been around, I must say. In fact, we have in our vaccination calendar diphtheria. So the fact that we have not been observing it very common breaking out is just because the vaccine has been pretty effective. And until now, I think there are lapses in the vaccination, and then you have this resurgence. It is a pretty dangerous bacterium, Corynebacterium diphtheria. And as you rightly said, it actually affects mainly children and, of course, affects adults. So I think there has been paucity in the strict administration of the vaccine calendar. As it will present with, it's a respiratory infection, so you have aerosol particles when they spread, and those living in close contact will contract the illness. And then, of course, they will manifest with cough, fever, they have sore throats and cracked voices. Sometimes ulcers will manifest, and this can keep on developing into a very serious condition in which it will block the airway, So it is a serious condition. However, as I said before, the vaccine is very, very effective, and they bear the same type of name. There is Tdap vaccine, that is the tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. Pertussis is whooping cough, so it's a kind of triple vaccine. Then you have DT, that's diphtheria and tetanus, and you have DTaP, which is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. And they have a specific calendar. From 0 to 6 years, you have the childhood vaccines. And then preteens, 11 to 12 years, you get that vaccine. And as an adult, it's supposed to be repeated every 10 years. You get the TTAP vaccine. And I think there has been a lot of paucity and laxity, I will say, in the administration of this vaccine. And we have seen a resurgence of the disease. And I think what needs to be done...
Could this laxity, sorry to interject there, could this laxity now be responsible Could this laxity be responsible for this high rate of death we have seen in Kano State? At least 25 persons have been reported dead now from this disease.
Exactly,
most of them children.
Because it's exactly, and you know, these are pretty unvaccinated victims of this infection. So I think we really have to go back to the basics and then start the administration of the vaccine strictly across the states, and then of course do the preteen vaccination and then adult vaccine in those places where at very high risk can be administered. I think the basic truth of medicine is that viruses and bacteria are always with us. These things are not new, but we have learned over the years to use either vaccination or even just primary prevention. And then when we keep our guards down, and then there is a major resurgence. And I think the NCDC has given the appropriate alert. I hope the state health systems and then the national or federal health system will now kick in to start administering these vaccines as soon as possible.
Yeah, because it's quite a surprise. This is, I mean, you're quite right. From what I have read, too, it's not a new it's not a new bacteria. It's not a new disease, but you know, it's a long time we heard of an outbreak of this disease. So I'm just wondering. So other than we failing not to take the vaccine and probably some other reasons, what else could be the reason why we're having this resurgence now?
Well, actually, this is the weather for it, I would say. So the natural environment now, it actually promotes propagation of the infection. So it's not really a surprise that you will have it at this time of the year. However, I still think with the rise in traffic of people and then the non-strict adherence to the childhood vaccination calendar, these things are just a perfect breeding ground for bacteria to spread with such virulence. And that's exactly what happened.
Finally, before I let you go, Doc, what exactly is going on? I mean, especially from 2020 to this period, we've just had outbreaks of too many diseases now. Not to mention Ebola. We've had COVID-19. We've had Lassa. We've had cholera. We're still dealing with all of those, and then now we have to deal with diphtheria. I'm just wondering, do you think our health system will be able to cope with all of this?
Actually, Nigerians and the entire health system have shown very great resilience. In fact, while around the world we observe what is happening in China, what happened in the United States and in Western Europe, their whole system crumbled. Just by the resurgence of COVID. And you could see that the health system was only planned to when everything works well, okay? So when they have such an outbreak as we really routinely had, we've had Lassa here, we've had Ebola before, we've had these infections before, and we still have them. Even just the malaria has been with us persistently. Cholera has been around. But our health system, regardless of what people say, has shown enormous resilience. And our people, the immune system of our people really shows that regardless of how virulent these bacteria and the viruses that we've had also have been, but our people have shown very good defense system. Now, it does not mean that we should let our guards down and pat ourselves on the back. We must continue to improve. But what it shows me, because I've been to over 46 countries and I've practiced medicine in 5 continents, so I really know that what it really shows us is that we are not that bad compared to the very advanced countries in our health system. What we need is some fine-tuning, some proper organization that we need in order to get streamline our systems. And we have really shown very good resilience in the face of these multiple infections.
Now, other than vaccination now, is this disease treatable?
Well, it's very, very treatable. We treat it in the hospital, so most doctors are familiar with the procedures. They are very, very susceptible to antibiotics that are around. So it is possible to treat. There are some preventive measures which our listeners can actually, viewers can really practice. You put on your face mask. And I think I told people at the beginning of the COVID vaccine that face masks are here to stay, really. And because this is an aerosol infection, and put on your face mask when you suspect that you are going into an area of high contagiosity. So I think you can help yourself with very, very primary things, and don't touch sores with your open hands, because you might see a sore on a baby or somebody, and you start touching it. You do not know whether it's a diphtheria sore, because you can also contract the infection just by touching the sores that develop.
Okay. Well, we want to thank you very much, Doc, for shedding more light on this disease. Let's just hope we're able to deal with this as quickly as possible. 25 persons now dying. It's something very serious, and it's really serious that 25 persons will die before action is taken in Kano State. So I'm just surprised. But let's just hope we deal with this as quickly as possible. Chairman, Chidikon Medical Center and Public Health Expert, Dr. Philip Njamanze, thank you very much for talking to us as usual, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
The new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has asked the federal government to release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, to him, saying he is prepared to serve as a surety for the IPOB leader. Now, a court of appeal had last year acquitted and ordered the release of the IPOB leader, but the government says it has not exhausted its case against Nnamdi Kanu and has appealed against the judgment while detaining him. The government contended that the Court of Appeal erred in law when it struck out the pending charges against Nnamdi Kanu. But the Anambra State Governor now says he would formally write to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to allow him stand as surety for Kanu to facilitate his release. Whether the government will accept that is another question altogether. In May, the governor visited the IPOB leader at the facility of Nigeria's Secret Police, the Department of State Services in Abuja, explaining that the visit was part of, quote, his wider consultations with critical stakeholders to ensure lasting peace and security in the southeast of the country. The federal government, through the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, has repeatedly excluded any commitment to the release of the separatist leader from custody as ordered by the Court of Appeal. Joining me to discuss this some more is Libros Oshoma, who is a legal practitioner and a political affairs analyst. Libros, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Do you think, let me start by asking whether a governor can actually stand surety for someone being detained?
I don't think legally, I doubt if a governor would be able to stand as surety for somebody who is detained because of the immunity the governor enjoys. Because if that person jumps bail, you cannot arrest or prosecute the governor in his stead. So the governor, legally speaking, cannot stand as surety for a person who is standing trial. But I think Nnamdi Kanu's case is beyond, just standing as surety. So we also need to understand it from that point of view. So this is more like an intervention, between the governor Nnamdi Kanu and then the federal government in the sense that, look, I'm not standing in for him as a surety, strictly speaking, but I'm requesting that you release him to me, and I will, even though those are the conditions of the surety anyway.
But that is not what. That's not the way. That's not the way the governor has put it.
Yeah, the governor is saying, release him to me. I will produce him anytime you want. Because if you look at it, I think the governor is trying to find a political solution to this, quagmire and to this problem, especially given the uprising of the insecurity in the southeast and people using the continued incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu as an excuse, to consistently paint the government bad and cause mayhem. So the governor I think this approach is about, let's eliminate the Nnamdi Kanu angle of it, and then now look out for truly where the troubles are coming from. But in doing that, I think the governor also needs to have the complete buy-in of Nnamdi Kanu in this. Because Nnamdi Kanu, remember, once was on bail, and the terms and conditions of the bail was that he shouldn't grant press conferences and should not grant, the interviews and all of those campaign rallies, not political campaign rallies, but hold one of those is
rallies,
gathering.
Of course.
But he flaunted those orders.
Yes.
Consistently held those rallies, and until the Nigerian army allegedly frustrated that bail. So against that backdrop, I think also in discussing this peace and finding a leeway out of it, also the governor also needs to have Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in, complete buy-in, so that both parties can truly now begin to pursue peace.
Do you think the governor could be speaking for Nnamdi Kanu here? Can we say that he probably has the buy-in of Nnamdi Kanu? Because we've not heard anything from the camp of Nnamdi Kanu. They've not come out to oppose the governor's suggestion, so to speak. And this same governor actually met with Nnamdi Kanu sometime last year in Abuja at the DSS facility.
Yes, I think before he would make this request, the governor is somebody who is well learned and he understands the implications. So I think before he would have made this request, he would have also reached out. I want to believe that he had reached out to Nnamdi Kanu, either through Prozis and or through his legal team, because also the legal team had not opposed this. And then, especially given the fact that the Court of Appeal has quashed the charges against him, even though the federal government had appealed, that judgment. And so, in the eye of the law, even though there is a stay of execution pending appeal, but in the eye of the law, the position of the law today is that there is a subsisting judgment that had been stayed, and that subsisting judgment says there are no charges against him. So the lawyers also will want to pursue any peace arrangement that we see to his release, from incarceration. So because also the lawyers also of Nnamdi Kanu had not raised objection to that, and some leaders of thought from the southeast also had consistently called on the federal government to toe that approach. But even though the federal government has said it's a flight risk and and all of those arguments from the federal government side, but considering seriously the approach of the federal government to the Boko Haram, alleged repentant members of the Boko Haram, rehabilitating them, there had also been cried by some members stakeholders and leaders of thought in the Southeast that if you are rehabilitating people who are known killers in the North, why don't you also find a way of also at least opening a stream or a window of dialogue with Nnamdi Kanu and his people? But the government also does not want to be seen as a weakling, in that regard, so that people cannot just take up arms against the state and then compel the government to begin to negotiate with them like they did with Niger Delta militants. So that's where the matter become a little bit dicey, and then there need to be a balance, on both sides, so that the peace will not be that piece of a graveyard.
Now, do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu would bring peace, so to speak, to the southeast of the country? Because as we speak today, there are quite a number of groups there that have sprung up. Even IPOB itself, somehow you could say is split. You have the Simon Ekpa faction that continues to dish out orders almost on a daily basis. I'm just wondering, do you think his release could bring some kind of peace and quiet in the southeast?
Let's look at it from this prison. Yes, a lot of other factions would have probably definitely has sprung up, and some other people also would want to elevate themselves to the position and the level that Nnamdi Kanu enjoys today. Also, you had the Samuel Ekpa faction, who was alleged to be a deputy to Nnamdi Kanu, and then also there are some criminal elements also who are using the Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration and the name IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu also to foment trouble. Remember, also flowing from the Governor Soludo's interview, that most of the people they arrested, as regards this insecurity in Anambra State, are people from majorly the southeast, and then a lot of them from Anambra State also. You have a lot of jobless people, and then you have people also who also are disgruntled, who feel Nnamdi Kanu, it is their time to take a pound of flesh, not just from the society, but from people, the rich people, the big politicians in the society, who they feel had consistently shortchanged them. Just like the case of Asari Dokubo and the co. The release of Asari Dokubo from incarceration did not bring peace, the desired peace to Niger Delta, until the other steps were taken, amnesty, even the amnesty till date did not end kidnapping, So that's why I'm saying that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will not, so we don't deceive ourselves, will not just, it's not like the magic wand that once you release him, then the whole of the Southeast will automatically enjoy peace. No, there are persons who enjoys these criminal activities. There are also persons whose grievances are different from Nnamdi Kanu's own. There are persons who have been looking for such opportunity to hide under the Nnamdi Kanu to continue to foment trouble. But I think that eliminating the Nnamdi Kanu angle, that seemingly seems to unite, a lot of the stakeholders, as though that, this is a voice shouting for freedom, shouting for equality for the Southeasterner, and is under incarceration. And so they seems to be sympathetic to his cause. So if you eliminate that Nnamdi Kanu's angle, say all of them who had maybe, raised those issues of, what if we begin to talk about this piece? What happens on Nnamdi Kanu? So all of them might be able to come under one umbrella and now say, look, let's fish out the miscreants amongst us. So there's still a lot that needs to be done, even though Nnamdi Kanu is released. But his release would be a first step towards truly, achieving that peace that is so much desired in the Southeast.
You see, part of the reasons why I asked that question is because, most of the things that Nnamdi Kanu, most of the demands that he has made of the government, I would say none of them has been met. And chief among them, of course, is that a referendum should be held to determine the fate of the Southeast. So I'm just wondering, that's the reason why I asked if you think releasing him would solve, the bulk of the problem. So if these demands are not met, what difference do you think his release would make?
Look, there are some persons even who think that, having an Igbo presidency, having an Igbo president would even give them, a Biafra, even though that is a practical impossibility. Even though that is not so, that is to tell you the level of illiteracy, that permeates the length and breadth of Nigeria. There are some persons whose mindset is, oh, if we get Igbo president, then it will be an easy way to get in Biafra. Even if we don't get it, the agitations will continue. And then, that's why I also said that Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in, the governor also must have Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in. So that tomorrow you don't release Nnamdi Kanu and he says, on our demand, we stand. It is also not a constitutional provision in the 1999 Constitution as amended. A referendum is not a provision in the 1999 Constitution as amended. So you can't just call for a referendum. What will be the modalities for the referendum? Under which law will you be calling for a referendum? So all of this need to be taken care of before you begin to talk about a referendum, whether anybody wants to go exit from the entity called Nigeria or not. So the provision for referendum is not in the Constitution, and the president cannot dictate it or by fiat just call for it. The National Assembly will have to amend the Constitution to accommodate it. And we know the cumbersome provisions of amending our Constitution. So all of these are not what even a negotiating team can fulfill. So, but like I said, the governor needs to all have, and his team need to explain all of this to the team on the other side to say, look, what we are looking for. A lot of people are using your name. Because, mind you, Deji, this destruction is not happening in Abuja. This destruction is not happening in Sokoto or Kaduna states. It's not happening to Lagosians. It's not happening to people from Edo. It's not happening to those in Kogi. It is happening to people from the southeast. It is happening to people in Anambra. So it is like a man sitting on a branch of a tree and cutting off the tree with a saw. So it is going to affect the people there. It is the insecurity, the challenges. It's affecting those at home. And it will also affect the economic activities entirely of that region. And that's why it beholds on the elders and the leaders of thought, including the governor, to say, look, we can't fold our hands and wait for federal government to come gift us peace. It beholds on us to give ourselves peace. And also, mind you, the allegations from some persons in the southeast that you have some persons, from the federal government who are agents of the federal government who are, infiltrating some of these boys to cause mayhem. There are other allegations also. So, but releasing Nnamdi Kanu will also help in a long way. If they have his buy-in, will help in a long way in talking to some people who also owe allegiance to him, who listens to him, who see him as the Messiah. And if you have that buy-in, those people, just like you are rehabilitating those in the north, you can also find a way of rehabilitating them and now use them as the civil defense people to also now begin to point out those people who do not want peace in the region. Mind you, remember those days in Aba, you had the Bakassi boys. You had some of these people you had the Osisikankus who consistently caused mayhem. But until the people, the citizens, the indigents decided that enough was enough, they sat down, decided to go around this place and fish out the bad eggs, even though they themselves eventually now became a lord unto themselves. So, in finding this thing, we have to use the experience, the precedent, and the experience from our past to navigate the future.
The future. All right. I think we just have to leave it there. Libros Oshoma, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for joining us on the program.
My pleasure.
Well, that's how much you can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Simisola Adikun. The Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal has voided the election of Governor Ademola Adeleke and declared Gboyega Oyetola as the Justice Tetsi Kume, while delivering a majority decision, also declared that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) did not comply substantially with the Constitution and the provisions of the Electoral Act. He subsequently deducted the overvoting observed from the votes scored by the candidates and declared that Oyetola won the election, having polled 314,921 votes, while Adeleke's score came down to 290,266. The tribunal directed INEC to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Adeleke and his deputy, Kola Adewusi, both of whom had been sworn in. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will conduct a mock accreditation exercise on February 4. According to the Commission, the exercise will take place at 436 polling units across the country and also test the efficacy of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) ahead of the presidential and National Assembly elections on February 25. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu said this on Friday at a meeting with the resident electoral commissioners at the INEC headquarters, Abuja. He further added that the machines used for the mock exercise will be reconfigured in preparation for the main elections. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to shut down tertiary education institutions to allow students to participate in the general elections. The House asked the National Universities Commission, the National Board for Technical Education, the National Commission for Colleges of Education, and the Federal Ministry of Education to direct all tertiary institutions to suspend academic activities during the period of elections. Also, the lower chamber resolved that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) should make special arrangements for students to collect their permanent voters' cards (PVCs). In the UK, Andrew Bridgen has threatened to sue fellow Member of Parliament Matt Hancock after the former Health Secretary accused him on Twitter of anti-Semitic, anti-vax, anti-scientific conspiracy theories. Bridgen was suspended as a Tory MP over a tweet likening the impact of COVID vaccines to the Holocaust. In a letter sent on his behalf, Bridgen believes the former Health Secretary's words were defamatory and has called on Hancock to retract and delete his statement, apologize in the comments and on Twitter, and pay £100,000 into a legal fund for people seeking vaccine damages. In business, oil prices edged ahead for a second session on Friday, buoyed by stronger than expected U.S. economic growth and hopes of a rapid recovery in Chinese demand as COVID-19 cases and deaths plunged from last month's peak levels. Brent futures gained 30 cents to $87 a barrel, while U.S. crude rose 34 cents to $81 per barrel. Both benchmarks had gained more than 1% on Thursday. U.S. authorities have charged 5 former police officers with murder over the fatal beating of a black man in Memphis as the southern city braced for possible civil unrest and President Joe Biden urged demonstrators to protest peacefully. Tyre Nichols, 29, was stopped on January 7 for what the Memphis Police Department said was reckless driving. The 5 officers, who are also black, were fired after an internal investigation found them to have deployed excessive use of force and to have failed to render aid. In sports, Ajax Amsterdam have taken a decision to sack coach Alfred Schroeder after a 1-1 home draw with relegation threatened Volendam in the Dutch league. The result left the defending champions in 5th place in the table, 7 points behind leaders and bitter rivals Feyenoord. Schroeder joined Ajax from Club Brugge last summer to replace Erik ten Hag, who was hired by Manchester United. Ajax have not won in the league since October 22 and were knocked out of the Champions League in the group stage. That's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Simi Soladigo. Bye for now.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route, and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks, hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where's the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Won't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity, and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter, and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when a machine has lived its when a machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they're all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty, When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to the other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
So this is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still Well, we could talk, it's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories. And each of these elements, you see the rod, these are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up these works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved his characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as shadow modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers live. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. you see the form itself looks like a form of a guitar, like a form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end, you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart, and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot, achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like stuffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spills around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are repairing it. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. And
And I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Development Authority has said for Western Media School, one bedroom and the
rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
na ta mi ro gwe ure pigwe wu e ma na ta mi ro gwe de pe wa wo lele bile ko yen re you know go mi yan na dran de wuga lo wo lo iku do re we no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat that the last one boat will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we will settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they have been putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Kodonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatened not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusoya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
do ba yina time do bon holu do to bo we sin lo mo ga time ton ga yo do mi ma time don lo ma chen o role ton lo ma chen ton yo e mo do yin ale yo a do gbe ami amo gbe do mi lo ma ba yi clear ani ga yo mo no e joru ba no lo yo ya beto o ya beto ya beto lo mi do na no nu je jo yi ba no lo ye je nu saji do asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin saji do ya be me le ron to o me ro wo lo nu e gan le po mi mo nu gan le gbo e jo ro wo lo nu do ni jo lo me mo so ya mi gbe le gbo do wo lo nu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí. Ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀, a fẹ́ àláìkì ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí. Torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa. Bó bá ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ nísìn, wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò. Wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí. Gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté, wà nínú ọkọ̀. Bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa. Àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ afẹ́ kó wọn sí àlè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukuu ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dà.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they would develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okwagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. Torugbame, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do, and you now chase them to they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities, but a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos state government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these 3 agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and a vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime, that 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting where are we going, where are we going. Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses, they not even give us 1. Some people have 3, then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year, we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places, when they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say, they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Simisola Adikun. The Osun State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal has voided the election of Governor Ademola Adeleke and declared Gboyega Oyetola as the winner of the election. Justice Tetsi Kume, while delivering a majority decision, also declared that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) did not comply substantially with the Constitution and the provisions of the Electoral Act. He subsequently deducted the overvoting observed from the votes scored by the candidates and declared that Oyetola won the election, having polled 314,921 votes, while Adeleke's score came down to 290,266. The tribunal directed INEC to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Adeleke and his deputy, Kola Adewusi, both of whom had been sworn in. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says it will conduct a mock accreditation exercise on February 4. According to the Commission, the exercise will take place at 436 polling units across the country and also test the efficacy of the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) ahead of the presidential and National Assembly elections on February 25. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu said this on Friday at a meeting with the resident electoral commissioners at the INEC headquarters, Abuja. He further added that the machines used for the mock exercise will be reconfigured in preparation for the main elections. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to shut down tertiary education institutions to allow students to participate in the general elections. The House asked the National Universities Commission, the National Board for Technical Education, the National Commission for Colleges of Education, and the Federal Ministry of Education to direct all tertiary institutions to suspend academic activities during the period of elections. Also, the lower chamber resolved that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) should make special arrangements for students to collect their permanent voters' cards (PVCs). In the UK, Andrew Bridgen has threatened to sue fellow Member of Parliament Matt Hancock after the former Health Secretary accused him on Twitter of anti-Semitic, anti-vax, anti-scientific conspiracy theories. Bridgen was suspended as a Tory MP over a tweet likening the impact of COVID vaccines to the Holocaust. In a letter sent on his behalf, Bridgen believes the former Health Secretary's words were defamatory and has called on Hancock to retract and delete his statement, apologize in the comments and on Twitter, and pay £100,000 into a legal fund for people seeking vaccine damages. In business, oil prices edged ahead for a second session on Friday, buoyed by stronger than expected U.S. economic growth and hopes of a rapid recovery in Chinese demand as COVID-19 cases and deaths plunged from last month's peak levels. Brent futures gained 30 cents to $87 a barrel, while U.S. crude rose 34 cents to $81 per barrel. Both benchmarks had gained more than 1% on Thursday. U.S. authorities have charged 5 former police officers with murder over the fatal beating of a black man in Memphis as the southern city braced for possible civil unrest and President Joe Biden urged demonstrators to protest peacefully. Tyre Nichols, 29, was stopped on January 7 for what the Memphis Police Department said was reckless driving. The 5 officers, who are also black, were fired after an internal investigation found them to have deployed excessive use of force and to have failed to render aid. In sports, Ajax Amsterdam have taken a decision to sack coach Alfred Schroeder after a 1-1 home draw with relegation threatened Volendam in the Dutch league. The result left the defending champions in 5th place in the table, 7 points behind leaders and bitter rivals Feyenoord. Schroeder joined Ajax from Club Brugge last summer to replace Erik ten Hag, who was hired by Manchester United. Ajax have not won in the league since October 22 and were knocked out of the Champions League in the group stage. That's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Simi Solatico. Bye for now.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste. And I realized that each time we meet a new person, and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastics in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste. That people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the Waste Museum. And we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we need to show, we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. Has been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animal, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for you to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste, plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedroom, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day Competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do the thing, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized by the grace of God in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the creation. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waste. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins, and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question: why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions, and then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these ways to is to turn them into a work of art. And you know, art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new, because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trying a trial and error. We will fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep, you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste. And it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like a tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. If you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is you want to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it's not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Hello there, thanks for joining me again for your Sorry Sports Business Show, Sport Exchange. My name is Judy Olano. Thanks for being there always. And today, it promises to be another exciting one because we've got some stories lined up for you, and we will be hitting our dugout segment where we'll be talking about some issues that are of interest to sports business in Nigeria and globally. These are some of the things that we have lined up on the show today. If you're ready, let's go. But that will be after this time out. Don't go away. Welcome back. Straight to the news. Premier League side Manchester United's plan to revamp Old Trafford is on hold now that the top club is up for sale, according to Daily Mail. Reports emerged last March that United was considering 3 options for upgrading their famous home. A complete teardown was believed to be on the table, though was considered the least likely option. United reportedly brought in experienced company Legends International and architectural firm Populous, responsible for Tottenham Hotspur new stadium, to assess Old Trafford. A refurbishment of the venue, including increasing capacity or a new home, was considered the most likely route. However, the plans look like they will have to wait until United's ownership situation is resolved. Last November, the Glazer family revealed they were exploring strategic alternatives for the Red Devils, including a sale. United's financial advisor, the Rain Group, is reportedly targeting a sale in the first quarter of 2023. So far, Ineos founder Jim Ratcliffe is the only person or group to publicly declare an interest. From there, we move to France. Paris Saint-Germain have threatened to relocate away from the Parc des Princes unless they can buy the stadium for the Paris City Council. The defending Ligue 1 champions have been keen to make significant upgrades to their 48,000-seater home of nearly 50 years. A report from CBS previously indicated that the club wanted to spend 500 million euros to increase the venue's capacity by 12,000 seats. Yet the club have made it clear that they will only carry out upgrades for the stadium once assuming full ownership of the venue. PSG President Nasser El Khalifi recently told Bloomberg that the club had lodged an offer to buy the stadium, which was rejected for being below the council's asking price. And to tennis, media production company Whisper has been announced as the production partner for the Wimbledon Tennis Grand Slam for 2023 and 2024. Whisper will produce the world feed, international highlights, and a creative preview film and an official film of the tournament, while it is also tasked with creating entertaining and engaging content for the All England Lawn Tennis Club and helping to amplify the Wimbledon brand. Whisper worked with BBC to help produce coverage of the 2022 UEFA Women's European Championships last summer. It was also the host broadcaster for the Rugby League World Cup in 2021. Technology giant Apple is preparing a bid for the next set of domestic Premier League broadcast rights, according to the Daily Mail. The league's current deal with Sky Sports, BT Sports and Amazon for league games runs from 2022-2023 to 2024-2025, with the tender process for the next right cycle to kick off later this year. The existing €5 billion pact with signed after Premier League clubs unanimously agreed a proposal to roll over the domestic deal, which saw the UK government add an exclusion order under the Competition Act 1998. That meant English soccer top flights could conclude the renewals without conducting its normal broadcast rights tender process, a move made in light of the impact caused by COVID-19. However, with the league moving on from the pandemic, the Daily Mail reports that the teams with American owners feel that the current domestic contract is undervalued and hope US technology companies can drive up the price. And finally, the European Broadcast Union and the Warner Bros. Have secured all media rights in Europe for the next 4 Olympics from 2026 to 2032. The joint bid from Public Service Network Alliance, the EBU, and the media giant WBD sees the pair acquire rights across 49 territories in Europe, excluding Russia and Belarus. The new deal with the International Olympic Committee kicks in with the 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Games and runs until the end of the 2032 Summer Olympics in Brisbane. The Youth Olympic Games are also included in the contract. The tender was launched in February 2022. And that's it for the news. We're going to break, and when I return, I'll be taking up my guests on the Dugout segment. Yes, the Daga segment is here, and let's quickly talk about the diplomatic row that is maybe at some point it unsettled the African Nations Cup Championship in Algeria. The defending champion Morocco couldn't make it to the championship just because of the diplomatic row that existed between Algeria, the host, and one of the participants, Morocco. Now we are faced with a crisis that could have a ripple effect on what football and its sponsorship is like on the continent of Africa. And joining me to look at this issue critically is sport journalist from Nairobi, Kenya, Francis Gaito. Yeah, Francis, how appropriate is it to allow a diplomatic row affect a sport event's participation?
It is very inappropriate because these are innocent footballers. They are unaware of the geopolitical crisis and the infractions. They don't know what's happening, and to involve them in a war that is outside their comprehension is a bit unfair. All Morocco needed to do was to hire a third-party airline to fly them there. I think the problem was using a Moroccan aircraft because the genesis of these geopolitical tiff between the two neighbors was the allegations of spying. Ones that involved an Israeli spy company who was spying on their cell phones. And so because of that, they are very aware about aircrafts landing in their country, especially from Morocco. And all they needed to do was to hire a third-party airline from any other country that flies into Morocco. So it was a bit unfair for the kids who are really looking forward. They looked very excited to lose. They were looking forward to go and defend their title.
What do you think CAF and FIFA should have done to mediate in the Algeria-Morocco crisis?
They should have taken control of the knowing that there existed such a diplomatic row between the two countries. They should have taken charge of the costs, especially the logistical costs, to ensure that the staging of the tournament goes on unhampered. That's all they needed to do. They didn't do that, so they allowed the matter to escalate. They should have given directions. They should have given, and then they should have been very strict on the punitive measures, on the disciplinary measures they are going to take against a team that was not going to participate. So CAF had all the leeway to exert pressure to crack the whip on any errant member, not just Morocco, on any errant member. And I believe Morocco is being treated differently. They are being treated, they are being favored because if it was another country that did that, I think the repercussions would have been severe. But Morocco, I don't know what deal they have with the CAF and the FIFA leadership. They shouldn't have been allowed, or the matter shouldn't have been allowed to escalate to that extent. CAF should have invoked all the statutes and just to get things moving.
How do you think potential sponsors will be looking at this issue now?
Yes, potential sponsors, CAF has not even been bagging any new sponsors of late because of such shenanigans. You remember even for the last Africa Cup of Nations in Cameroon last year, the decision to host the tournament was made even last minute. There was a CAF Exco meeting right before Christmas, and you cannot put sponsors on an air of unpredictability. The sponsors are people, even TV broadcasters, even fans need to prepare early, and subjecting them to these last-minute furore. CAF has really deteriorated and degenerated into very, what can we call it? It's a pedestrian outfit. It's run at the whims of individuals. A lot should have happened before this matter got to this stage. They chose to wait it out. They chose to allow the geopolitical dynamics to play out. at the expense of the game, at the expense of the children who are innocent bystanders in this diplomatic role. So CAF is really undermining the game. CAF is not credible. Is not a credible outfit. They are not worthy of managing African football. They have shown time and again. As of last year, there were people who died in the stadium. As of now, we have a diplomatic row simply because they were fence sitting. They were just waiting for the issue to play out. And so we are headed into turbulent times in football, in African football, because ever since Ahmad took over in 2017, it's been on a downward trajectory. Everything has just been, it's in shambles. CAF is now bankrupt. It's being run like a pigsty. So the sooner that the CAF leadership, all of them, can resign, including even the EXCO members, are perhaps the most, what can we call them? They are just flower girls. They don't have a role in that CAF. So for the sake of posterity and for the good of the game, even an impotent structure like the CAF EXCO needs to be disbanded, because they have clearly shown that they are out of touch with reality. They don't have their finger to the pulse of the game. They're just clueless people they're just joyriders. So CAF, I don't even think any sponsor worth his time and salt would dare engage in such, want to associate with such dysfunction.
Anyway, thank you very much for joining me on your perspective. We want to wish them all the best, and I hope this will affect the fortune of the game going forward.
Thank you for having me once again. Thank you very much.
That was Francis Gaito there, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, talking to me on the diplomatic row between Algeria and Morocco as it regards the African Nation Championship. That's it. Let's quickly go on a break, and I'll return for my next guest. Yes, welcome back. Still on your Saraway Sports Business Show, Sport Exchange, and the Dugout segment. On today's Dugout segment, we will be looking at how to revamp the Nigerian Football League. It was, just before the new season commenced, nobody was sure what will happen. But it started, yes, on a good note, and with some grants to the 20 teams that are playing in the Abridged League for the Nigerian Professional Football League. The Abridged League season, that's what they have for this season. And they're starting on a good note, getting a grant to start, and the interim management committee is trying to put the league on a solid footing. So, and to joining me to look at this, revamping the Nigerian Football League, is sport journalist and who has so much interest in the business angle of football as well as sport generally. Eniton Badino joins me from somewhere in Lagos, but I know Eniton is in Lagos anyway. Eniton, how are you doing? Thanks for joining me.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on your show.
Eniton, I know you have so much interest, especially when you talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. We've shared a lot of issues, and we've shared the same passion for seeing it grow from one stage to another of a total turnaround. Let's talk about the fact that now it's looking like they are starting all over again, and the fact that they are starting with a grant. What do you think should be uppermost in the mind of those who are managing the league now, that they are starting on this note?
Oh, Thank you for having me. You see, as part of this passion that we talked about the Nigerian League, you have to understand where we are coming from and how where we are headed. That helps us to situate the new things, the news that we hear about the league. First, I'd like to clarify first, this is not the first time they are getting grants. It's just that this is the first time they are getting at the beginning of the season for participating in the league. And also, football first. That should be the theme of this league season, because a lot of politics went into having the body controlling the league, and then that basically makes it a bit difficult in a way that in putting together a proper league system. But finally, they've started an hybrid league system that they want to head in May for reasons best known to them. But not a bad start. Getting 10 million there from a sponsorship that is a bit that is not that clear. If you ask me, if you look deeper into it, so it begs more question and answer. But at the end of the day, we want to think that our football should lead. And what a game! What an exciting week one we had in terms of result and quality of play. I watched a few of some of the games, and it was exciting to see the league back after almost 4 to 5 months being out in cold waters.
Because I feel, I must tell you, this is one of the reasons I feel we should have this conversation. Because you know that football thrives on funding. If the funding is shrouded in secrecy, I wonder what you want, how do you want to get investors? So moving forward now, they've gotten, most of the clubs have started with a 10 million grants. They're starting with a, what is going to happen at the end of the season? Do you have any inkling of what the IMC is thinking of in terms of remuneration at the end of the season?
That's another problem that we have to talk about. Thank God you brought it up, because if you remember, they had a Super 4 where they had a winner takes all. Then on second thought, they thought about, oh, let's give the second place team 30 million there and all that. Similarly, from the communication we read from the chairman of the IMC, they said the winner of the league would take 100 million, and that's it. There are no, unlike what was obtainable before, when you earn money from sponsorship based on your based on the positions you finish on the league table, which has always been the standard, and that's why most of them get their monies after the end of the season, unlike now that they are giving them take-off grants of 10 million naira. So basically, from the quality of communication that is out of the IMC, most the 10 million might just be what all of them will get. As they call it startup fund, yes, that's what they should expect to get, because only the winner will get 100 million at the end of the season. And sometimes I wonder, it's not about the idea, it's the age of the idea that in modern day football, we all know that the funding encompasses all the teams. You give them a sense of belonging, and also give them a part of the profit or whatever money that is being put on the table by various sponsors for you to know. And as usual, the standard basically is before you announce a sponsor, you sit down with the clubs. You talk about the sponsor, how much you are arriving at, and of course, how the monies will be shared based on listed points in terms of, okay, this will go into administration, this will go into refereeing and all that, and then the clubs will get this bulk money. But that has been missing. And to also think that as much as they are trying to bring the league on TV, they are also spending their money to put the league on TV. Then how much will be left when apparently from what I've heard and from what I know, some stations will charge as high as 12 million naira to show your match on TV. And then we've not talked about the production angle, the people production, how much are you going to pay them? So the ideas are good, it's just that the execution is poor. And of course, because they are holding back a lot of information, it becomes problematic. How much the GTI deal said it was 250 million. And standard-wise, operation-wise, I can tell you categorically, the league needs a minimum of between 1.5 to 2 billion naira to run a successful season. 250 million in 2 billion. Let's cut it down to 1 billion because it's an average league season. Okay. 250 million over 2 billion. They are not talking to the old sponsors of their LMC because they think the LMC is illegal by virtue of their own interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment on the judgment debt that is totally unrelated. So that paints you a picture of, I don't want to say gloom, but we are not sure of what to expect because, like we concluded, the information has not been coming out, and then we are getting 100 million at the end of the season. What happens to the other 19 teams? What would they get? Is it just the 10 million there? Because those are the informations I have.
Well, finally, before I let you go, Anita, this is the question, because ordinarily, like you said, if you need to raise money, one of the ways you could raise money for the league is through broadcast rights sponsorship. And with what we've seen so far, it's still the traditional way, old traditional way of doing things. Nobody's talking about the OTT, over the top, even though that is what is in vogue. But they still want to go with the old way of doing things. And right now, you have to pay rather than getting paid. That's outrageous. What do you think?
Extremely outrageous. And you see, this is the thing. For all the flaws, and there are plenty, if you ask me, for LMC, if there's anything they got right was their plan for broadcasting the league. They knew that there are no Father Christmas everywhere. Most Nigerian media are built up in a way that they collect money than give out in the name of sponsorship. I could take you back to the days of the CAF Champions League. The particular season, Atlant and Kano Pillars made it to the semi-final. A particular TV station in Nigeria was collecting money from their state government to broadcast their Champions League games, instead of them paying to have that right. So our media house are not structured that way. We have to be honest. So here comes the NPFL TV. If you check around the world, most of the biggest money being sold for TV rights, the NFL in America just launched their own NFL app, where they'll be showing NFL matches for their fans. And guess what? Most of the bars now, it's a tradition, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football for them. Sometimes fans hang out in bars over a bottle of drink or whatever to watch the games. And the bars usually show it from cable rights. Now, some of them are adapting their technology and the structure of their businesses to be able to show it from the app. Because NFL understands that once you own the fans that watch your league, it's another way of making money, because you have a huge bank of data to know their habits, to be able to communicate and, of course, gather enough of them. So they are killing two birds with a stone by owning the app. But we had an NPFL TV app that started that. The IMC saying they are starting afresh. And, of course, I know for a fact now that they've spoken to three streaming companies in Nigeria to be able to stream the game. Two of them were comfortable with production, but one of them proposed to them that it's better they should be able to stream on, even if they are not using the app. A combination of YouTube and Facebook, where they can find ways to either make money from those platforms or monetize it for their fans, and they outrightly rejected it. So it's alarming that in this time and age, in the time where the youth population of Nigeria is so high and most of them are on their mobile phones, we cannot take our football match to where we can find them. That is the problem. You cannot stick to a terrestrial TV station that people really watch. The station they are trying to use at all costs, the platform they are trying to use at all costs, has less than 1 million people. I don't think they have the figure up to 500,000 by virtue of numbers that have been released over the years in terms of TV consumption and viewership. And that becomes a problem that the custodian of our league, the people managing our league, do not have the faintest idea to move into the future, to follow technology, to take our league matches into the hands of the future of the country, the youth, who are mostly on their phones. Mobile consumption and time spent on mobile phone for Nigeria is very high. Our internet penetration is growing every now and then. That is where the market is.
Well, Editor, I guess we have to leave it at that for now. I hope this conversation will keep it going, but I want to thank you for joining me on today's show. Thank you very much, Editor.
Thank you for having me today.
We were discussing about how to revamp the Nigerian Professional Football League, and I hope we'll get it. Well, we'll get the modus operandi very well. We'll get it well soon so that we can take the game to the next level. Anyway, that's it for the show today. Thank you very much for joining me, and let's do this again some other time. Till then, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, and of the future in sports business, Judy Orlando. See you some other time.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes.
I was expecting the noise.
Noise?
The siren and everything.
Can't I have a break even for a few hours from these sirens and so on?
Now I see why you want to come back here now.
Yes. You can see this place is more friendly, isn't it, than Abuja?
Wow. So how much do you miss it when you're not here?
Well, very much so. That's why when I come, I keep my eyes very wide open, as if it was the first time I'm coming. This fruits bearing trees are growing very fast. Yes.
So you're counting the days now?
I am counting the days, not even the months.
What amazes me is that if you know him now, to me, is the same Buhari I knew, 1953. He's a good listener. He will accommodate you, listen to you, and he will never fight back.
If you are not hardworking, if you are not honest, if you are not dedicated to your duty, don't come near Mr. President Buhari. He has a very long face, but you have to catch up. He looks after the welfare of his staff, especially his close aides. He makes sure everything is well or is fine at home front, because he asks questions. That's how is everything going on? And whenever there's anything, he takes your problem as his own problem.
The ordinary people are his friends. And then Kaduna, you come and see them in his sitting room. They are not only in the sitting room, but they are on his dining table, eating with him.
There wasn't any day you go to Sultan Road #1 that you will not see people queuing, and that he will not attend to you.
When he goes to his farm, the only thing you will know that he is not with them is because of his white dress and height. He mingles with them. When we're going to the mosque, we enter the normal place where other people are and join the queue from where we find it. We don't overstay our queue. And normally, during Christmas or Salah, the father buys a dress for his children. And from 1996, when I started working with him, up to this year, he will buy me Salah dress. Every Salah. So along with his children. So I'll have my own children, my own Salah dress.
When my mom passed away, we were going to hold a commendation service for my mother in Lagos, and I just sent her some cards. I sent one to his house in Kaduna. Lo and behold, on the day an SUV just drove into the premises of the hall, and I went to welcome whoever was in it. When they opened the door and I saw him, I was shocked. So you could make it? He laughed, and he stayed with us throughout that service, a Christian service. A man they used to call a Muslim bigot. He stayed throughout that Christian service. It was one of the things that convinced me that the man was not who people were saying he was.
I first met him in 2007 because they were trying to meet pastors who could also, and not only pray along with them, but who could identify with him to remove the toga of Islamic fundamentalism, which he has been labeled with for too long a time. I saw him as a forthright person, an incorruptible leader, and one that was ready to bring about discipline to our society.
The very self-effacing person, also very witty and humorous when he's comfortable in the environment he is. He can be surprisingly shy when he's not comfortable. He's amongst people who he's not accustomed to being around. And he can live in his own skin and say very little. But when he's comfortable, he can be a pot of good humor.
I got to know him from about 1976 when he was the Minister for Petroleum. And I was working in the presidency. You know, he has this expectation of people to take their responsibility seriously. He gives you an assignment, he expects you to carry it out.
Mr. President.
President Buhari, you go into his office, see him reading, let's say, a memo. You not even notice you are there. He puts in his 100% on that memo until after he reaches the end of what he's reading. He does not even know somebody is there standing.
We first met January 1953. Buhari, as a child, was quiet, humble, and reserved.
There's one thing I also learned, that you lost your father very early. How was that going on? Yes, well, it was a difficult time. I didn't know my father, so I was an orphan, which means I didn't enjoy the protection of a father. I didn't know my father. And I went into a boarding school for 9 years. 3 of the primary school and 6 secondary school. Yes, I miss my parents, but I was lucky, a generation of the lucky people.
His father passed away when he was 4 years old. His father had 3 wives. Muhammad was the youngest of 23. He had sort of surrogate fathers throughout his career, including within the military and including within the school system.
He was brought up by his senior brother, who was a teacher. He is one of our teachers. So he had a good home training under the care of his senior brother.
President Buhari is my uncle. I'm his nephew. My name is Amandaura. His mother, Hajia Zulehat Musa, is my grandmother. Her first child was my father. Her last child was Muhammad Buhari. My father was his guardian, but it was tough for him, but tough for us also. Life was very tough in those days. You went to school in the morning, you came back and you go to the bush, collect firewood for the night reading. We had no lamps in those days. We used firewood to light, and we had slates, which we wrote chapters of the Quran and read. And so you have one chapter, you read it during the session, and then tomorrow morning you wash it, and another chapter or a piece thereof is written, and you learn it by heart.
So when I was away from home, I think I was constrained to behave myself because there was nobody to rescue me. So I was behaving myself. As I said, I became a class monitor, I became a junior prefect, I became a senior prefect, I became a head boy.
You know, boys will be boys. You will transgress on occasions. You'll be late for school, refuse to attend lessons sometime, go out to play, and that will be severely punished. Whoever did that will be punished. And the teachers were, I wouldn't say harsh, but they were disciplined. They taught us discipline. If you transgress, they lash you.
There was discipline in schools then. There's corporal punishment. And I think to a certain extent, it molded the minds of the children and so on and so forth.
Our generation was very lucky. Our teachers were absolutely committed and dedicated. And they treated us like their own children. If you do well, you are praised. You are brought before the classroom, your work was shown and you are praised. If you don't perform, you are again brought before the classroom, stripped and flogged on the buttocks. And there is no way I can forget school, because what we call the teacher I see there, called Malam Abdul, is a very strict person. And he doesn't spare the rod. We call it bulala. Really. We don't like the rainy season approaching because we have to go to school farm. You wouldn't be late there, just like a classroom. And if you are late from 6 to 2, bulalas on your buttocks. And you have to remove your shorts so that you get the message proper. Among the teachers, I could only again remember our Arabic teacher. No matter how hot it is, he comes in with a turban. And every week we are given to recite part of the Quran. Every week. And the only thing we can do with our body is to report sick if we haven't recited the part given that week. So we report sick. But even if you report sick, then you are stopped from going to a breakfast break until you recite the verse you are given in the class.
I'm sure you didn't get too much Bilala because you are always like a leader in class.
You will be very surprised. I got a lot because I try to avoid going to the school farm. And if you miss it, you are not allowed to go on breakfast break. So you will have no break until the school is closed. But what I do between the first whistle and the last one, I go over the wall of the school, rush to home, and sometimes I'm eating up to the time I'm going to the classroom. And no one could forget those days. Trying to be clever by half.
How did a boy from Daura end up in Liverpool straight out of secondary school?
I was picked from here, and then the whole of the north, again, I was the only person picked to go to UK, recommended to go to UK, Elder Dempster. Elder Dempster line. Then were given some slots for children from each region, from the north, from the west, from the east then, and from Lagos. 4 of us were taken. And that's how I managed. You can see the system then. Here in Katsina province, we are the junior part. In Daura here. But I was picked, from the whole of the north to go to UK for holidays. That was my first visit to the UK. And what struck me when we arrived at Liverpool, we went to the center of the Liverpool. Some of the cities in London, then there was a central roundabout in the town. From there, you can go to other places. And when we went down about break time, I saw people coming out. Everybody well dressed up, just the way you are, but almost 3-piece. Handsome, healthy. And then I reflected a street back here in Katsina on my school days. When I'm going to the mosque on Fridays, blind men, cripples, leopards, people in rags begging for what to eat. So I say, God, how can we understand? That impression is still there in me. You look at people coming out as if they made it up themselves. Very well dressed, handsome. Underdevelopment is terrible. That's the only thing I can say.
He was interested in science at the time. He was thinking of becoming a doctor. He was born in 1942, sort of the end of colonial era in Nigeria, they didn't really have a medical school yet at ABU. It turned out not to be a career path for him, although it was an interest. When he was finishing up secondary school, the emir of Katsina, who was the neighboring emir to Daura, was encouraging young men from the north with leadership potential to go into the officers' training.
The emir of Katsina then, he sent Hassan. It was no longer a profession for the poor. My height was a disadvantage to me. Then there were cadets only in government colleges. Zaria, Kepi in the north, I don't know how many in the south. The provincial secondary school, which was my school, they were not given army cadets. But the emir of Katsina wanted to make a case to late Sardauna that he wanted a cadet school, a cadet in his secondary school in the state. So the Sardauna told the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister told the Minister of Defense. And then Katsina had a cadet, and then a retired ex-World War II veteran from Katsina was made to be in charge of the training. Just because of my height or something, I was picked to be the sergeant. So from there, I was impressed by the military discipline and so on. So when I left, I just went straight to the army.
And he was very attracted with the idea of uniform, discipline, and extracurricular activities like night exercise and drills that attracted him very much. And he was eventually, plus he had a few friends like Sheikh Eradua, may God have mercy on him, and Jega, Emir of Gondu, and Magoro. They were his classmates, and they all started, so that the hard instinct also had an influence in his decision to join the army. And he has never regretted it since.
It must have been something for him. I mean, he went into the army to be a soldier. Then there was a political crisis, the coup and the counter-coup, then the civil war.
This is where the value of fighting for country comes in, because at every point of his military training, he was taught, you fight for your country, you die for your country, and you do it with honor. And so the idea of splitting the country it just sent shockwaves through these people. Even though they knew some of these counterpart officers on the other side, they never saw it as Buhari never saw it as an Igbo thing, as an ethnic thing. He always saw it as the rebels and the attempt to split the country.
His battalion, the 2nd Battalion Nigerian Army, he was number 2 in the battalion. They were the first to fire shots. A battle in which they were advancing, and the opponents, the rebels, shot at them, and the fellow on his right was killed, the fellow on his left was killed. But he was unscathed. It was dreadful, dreadful. I was so afraid reading the dispatches to see the casualties, and I always pored over the casualties to see if his name was involved.
The Biafran Civil War was one where you didn't know you were going to survive. They were hacking their way through the rainforest, which was very different than the dry savanna in the north. And his men had to be sure to take health precautions, change their socks, not get fungus in their feet and things. So he was always concerned with the welfare of his men. I think even his critics would say this, that this was a young officer who took his leadership seriously.
And if I tell you that I walked across Nigeria from Benue State virtually up to the sea when we were fighting the civil war, the 30 months in the civil war, I was always in the front within the small arms range for the 30 months. I was never relieved. But when I was sent to India and the United States subsequently to do my training, people were saying, why always Buhari? But when I was being sentenced to the front, nobody asked, why didn't they bring me back to their headquarters where they have time to drink and dance? This is Nigeria.
There was a bloodless coup today in Nigeria, which is Black Africa's biggest and richest nation and the world's 8th largest oil producer. The overthrow of strongman Major General Yakubu Gowon.
Fellow Nigerians, events of the past few years have indicated that despite our great human and material resources,
So I heard you met the then Colin Buhari when he was governor of the Northeast.
Way back in the early 70s or mid 70s, I was a young student, aged about 18, 19, and he was then governor of the Northeast. He was military governor of the Northeast, and I was a young student activist as the Secretary General of the Students' Union in the then Northeast College of Arts and Sciences. And when Murtala was killed, I led a delegation of students to protest the killing of Murtala, demanding that the coup plotters be brought to book and be tried. Well, he was quite a very serious-looking military officer, and my impression of him was that he was somebody that was destined for the future to become an effective leader in this country.
General Shehu Yaradua, may God bless him, may Allah have mercy on him, told me how Buhari was made Minister of Petroleum in Obasanjo's government. They set the group who were naming ministers and governors and so on, and they said, who is the most honest and the most serious among the officers of the Nigerian army? The one with the most integrity, and they honed in on Buhari. So they appointed him Minister of Petroleum, and they all thought he would not get his hands dirty with oil money.
Fraud, indiscipline, corruption, squandermania, misuse and abuse of public office for self or group aggrandizement, which had assumed debilitating proportions in the last few years, will be dealt with ruthlessly, no matter whoever may be involved.
It wasn't easy in the sense that I noticed a lot of things were going wrong, personally. People were looking for office just to be materially endowed or empowered. I thought it was wrong. I think leadership is a sacrifice.
It was clear to the senior officers, including Buhari, that the junior officers were going to do something if they didn't. And the junior officers were taking their cue from next door in Ghana, where Jerry Rawlings had just taken over, a young flight lieutenant in the Air Force, and lined up and shot the previous senior military people who had been ruling the country. So the senior military people in Nigeria thought we'd better stabilize the situation. We don't want another, Jerry Rawlings situation here.
Buhari was not terribly keen. He wasn't terribly keen about it, but there was nobody to lead the change of government, nobody with the credibility and the integrity to, to convince the country that a change was necessary. It wasn't his choice.
We need to emphasize self-discipline and leadership by good example. Begin by drawing public attention to little but important everyday manifestations of indiscipline, such as
try to impose discipline on the country. So it was a kind of a culture clash between military culture and the Nigerian grassroots culture, if I may say.
The night of the coup, you were with him, right?
I was in Lagos, and we had dinner, and then we talked until about 11 p.m. Then I went back to my digs. We had no idea, no inkling whatever, something was afoot. In the morning, one staff came and told me, look, there has been a change of government. Your uncle has been deposed. The coups in Nigeria have a history of being very violent and very bloody. So I pray to God that they don't kill him or injure him or something of that nature.
The people who know him well said he was aware, but the only way he could have prevented it was to execute, 6 or 8 of the senior officers, and he wasn't willing to do this. I think he prevented a more serious situation, because when you start killing officers, who knows where it's going to lead. Now he's down in Benin. He's under house arrest. He's living in a cottage with guards. He figured that if Babangida wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. So it was really a question of just marking time and using it to realize, well, this is the end of his military career, and it was possible for people to visit him, but only with the permission of General Babangida, who is now in charge.
He was detained for 3.5 years. I went to see him regularly every month in Akure and in Benin. Very restrictive, and it's very boring, and he didn't know what eventually the government would do with him, and he was only released on the death of his mother. But throughout, I think his spirit never for a moment broke, because so many people gave me messages to tell him to say, please write to Babangida and tell him, since he has taken over, let him go. He said, no, I will never write to him. I'll never talk to him. His spirit never broke throughout the 3.5 years.
Even though Jonathan Abacha was part of the military elite that toppled his government, out of patriotism, to save the government, he accepted to serve as the chairman against the advice of many of his close associations. He said, no, it is not about Abacha, it is not about toppling of the government, it is about the country. We need to save this country. We need the infrastructure has decayed. So he accepted the chairman, and quickly he assembled some professionals largely young men, and we went into work.
If you go down even to our hospitals to check, we see, if you see linens that are curtains, you know, shielding the beds, besides the few procurements, you will see PTF inscribed. If you see the roads today and you go through from north to south, there hasn't been any corner you will go through without seeing the project of the PTF. If you see hospitals with equipments, basically even in the theaters today, you will see that you will have the little, you know, inscription of the PTF.
Nearly every week, some delegation from different parts of Nigeria were coming to see us in Kaduna, saying, look, you have to come and take care of have to come and lead this government. We're drifting. We're going back to the 1983 period. And he resisted this for a long time until both political parties sent emissaries to tell him that if he wanted, they will give him the ticket to run for the presidency. He succumbed to the pressure.
On Thursday, 26th of April, 2002, we went to Daura, where he registered as a card-carrying member of the then APP, which is the second largest party after PDP at that time. I think it was 1,145,359. Yeah, that was his number in the APP.
I received a phone call, and they said I should help them look for a vice presidential candidate. That's Christians from the South. We couldn't make any headway, and we decided to lay it down. Until January 15 at 12 noon, I received a phone call from the general. He said, I prayed my own way, and I want you to pray. I would like you to be my running mate. My first response was, thanks, but no thanks, sir, because I'm heading a group, and I've given them my word that I will neither join partisan politics or seek an elective office. But even within the group, they said, you have been positioning us for days. We are now saying you must take this. Long story short, by the time I called, Pastor Adeboye called everyone, contacted this and that, the rest is history. I had to team up with him to become his running mate. And it was such an experience that I cannot forget.
Character, credibility, competence, integrity, those are the issues. And by the grace of God, 2011, we will have a new president.
All the three elections were rigged, massively rigged. Let me give you an example. 2007, after our lawyer made his submission to the Supreme Court, I went to his office and I asked for the results of just one of the states. He gave me results of Imo State. I went over carefully over the results, and then they just say, PDP, that's Umar Yar'Adua, 25,000. Buhari, 5,000. Round figures throughout, round figures. The winner of the election, Umar Yar'Adua, himself said the elections were faulty, if you recall. After you know you won in 2003, rigged. You know you won in 2007, rigged. You know you won in 2011, changed, rigged. What will you do?
Spain is the third and last one for me, since after it, I will not present myself again for election into the office of the president.
So he didn't break down in tears. He just broke down in pity for the system, for the country, and he said, I'll never do it again, never do it again.
So when this thing happened in 2011, it was worse than what had happened in 2007. It was worse than what had happened in 2003. So it is this thing, it is not the bitterness that he lost that worried him. And then he said, well, it will appear now nothing is going to change this thing. It's like, well, it's a country of over 150 million. I have tried my best. I have made my own contribution. My contribution is not recognized, and surely it's better to keep off from this.
Fortunately,